All right. All right. Today, holy. Today's a big day. Today is a very big day. All right. Ooh. All, okay. We're good. We're good. Freeland resigned. I can't believe it. She actually is gone. According to the sources at hand here today. Guys, today's gonna be a fucking crazy day. To start us off, 3 weeks ago, I reported, just to give you guys a little thing here, streamed 3 weeks ago, I reported that multiple people are reporting at least 5 unknown large drones that have been flying unauthorized for over 2 hours in Morris, New Jersey. This was 3 weeks ago I reported this. Now, roughly a month, 3 weeks a month has happened, right? And we have tons and tons and tons of footage continuing to appear, tons of drones continuing to show. We have actually a statement from Trump as well about the drones, but I want to show this 1 in 1 million shot here. This guy takes out a drone with a firework.
Boy down, bro. Shoot that boy down.
Yeah. That is absolutely beautiful. One of the greatest shots of all time. This needs to go in the Guinness Book of World Records. Like, holy shit, man. That was... Call that calculated, to say the very least. My God. But anyway, the drone situation has gotten kind of crazy. Tons of drones appearing up. People saying it's the government. People saying it's Iran. People saying it's this, that, and the fourth. I don't have an explanation because I am not the government, nor am I Iran, nor do I live in the United States. But apparently Trump does believe the government knows exactly what's going on and they should tell the public. Let's take a listen.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Can you comment on the drones that are flying around New Jersey and ports? It seems like the American people have a big disconnect.
The government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because if it was the enemy, they'd blast it out. Even if they were late, they'd blast it. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really, I mean, they happen to be over Bedminster. Want to know the truth? They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster. I've decided to cancel my trip.
Have you received an intelligence briefing on the drones?
I don't want to comment on that.
Have you been
Do you have any reason to think they're...
briefing?
So, a lot of, I would say, either misinformation or whatever you want to call it going around about these drones. Obviously, the fact that anybody can buy these off of Amazon for anywhere from $100 to $300 obviously doesn't help. I would only imagine and assume there are people out there trolling with all the people that are scared and creating all these theories and stuff. It's not hard to go out of your way and buy one. Now, they are saying that these drones that are being flown around are larger than commercial drones. The whole regulations with drones that are commercial or for public use, it's changed a lot over the past 10 years. A drone 10 years ago that you could consider legal use is no longer a drone that you could consider legal use now. Like a DJI Phantom from like 10 years ago is considered too large and could be considered a larger than commercial drone compared to one of the things they're cooking up now. The size, the weight, they weigh them in about grams. So I think you can have a drone that's about 250 grams total in weight, or 25 kilograms, I believe. So yeah, the laws have changed a lot. And yeah, whether it's government, whether it's invaders, China, or space invaders, whatever you want to believe. I don't know. I can only imagine there is probably a lot of people trolling as well. Speaking of misinformation, ABC was pushing for the longest time that Trump was involved in some sort of sexual assault case or rape case. And guess what? The defamation case has gone Trump's way, and he's looking to get roughly 15 to 16 million in this lawsuit here. You say a bunch of bullshit, it's gonna come around and bite you in the ass, and ABC is paying the ultimate price right now. GG, ABC, you played the wrong card. All right, guys, the big news today, the news everybody is excited about. I want to play this clip before we get into it, guys. This was from roughly a month ago during question period. Just listen to this.
Mr. Speaker, I am not going anywhere.
Oh, really?
Mr. Speaker, I am not going anywhere.
Oh, Freeland, you're not going anywhere, huh? Well, ladies and gentlemen, Chrystia Freeland resigns from cabinet hours before fiscal update. Oh, no! Oh, guys, this is actually bad. This is really bad, by the way, because if she's resigning, she knows it's bad. The fiscal number is going to be north of $60 billion. She does not want to get the attack here from the people, most likely. And Trudeau, whew, he's going to be getting cooked. This week is going to... This just proves that the Liberal government is collapsing, by the way. The main finance minister has resigned hours before the fiscal update. By the way, we will be live. Chrystia Freeland was supposed to give the fiscal update at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now I have no idea or clue who is going to be giving this update, whether it's Trudeau or the infamous carbon tax Carney. Will Mark Carney be seen in the House of Commons today, ladies and gentlemen? Because apparently a lot of the information Freeland was getting fed was actually from Carney himself. And I think Carney has a really deep play within this government, and I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing a little bit more of carbon tax Carney within the next few weeks. But guys, this just shows, man. This shows one of the top ministers of the Trudeau government has said, I'm out. Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland has announced her resignation from the federal cabinet, placing blame on Prime Minister Trudeau for her decision. My goodness, guys. Chrystia Freeland quits cabinet the day of fall economic statement. Oh, guys. Oh, guys. I want to celebrate, but at the same time, I'm kind of worried about who is going to be taking place here for Chrystia Freeland. Is it going to be Carney? Is it going to be the 19th Randy? Will another Randy appear from the shadows, taking Freeland's place? Will this Randy be Cocaine Randy? Will he be the other Randy? Or will he be a new version, an unforeseen Randy?
TV's Colton Prale is standing by for us on Parliament Hill with more. Colton, we just had that breaking news today. Chrystia Freeland stepping down, all on the same day that she is set to deliver that fall economic report.
Yeah, and in a public letter, she comments on the fact that there has been tension between her office and the PMO for the last several weeks, and that on Friday he asked her to no longer be his finance minister, but that there would be another option in cabinet for Ms. Freeland. She says that's something that she can't take. She can't continue to work in that cabinet if she doesn't have the confidence of the prime minister, and she says that's something that clearly has been lost if she can't serve as his finance minister. And so
Yeah, so she gave an entire document, an entire statement here. You guys, I guess, can go find that or read that for yourselves. It's quite obvious that everybody has lost confidence in Trudeau over the past 5 or so years plus at this point, right? I mean, he's been in power for a decade. Some people had faith in him initially. I don't know who, but they did. And over time, that has slowly tapered off. And like I said, one of the biggest ministers in his cabinet has jumped ship. I'm going to be interested in what Karina Gold has to say and what kind of defense and BS she's going to run, because you know she's going to be on the defense hard now. After this has happened, maybe more people will jump ship as well. Freeland was one of the largest names in the Trudeau cabinet. Simply, just bottom line, she is. Or was. And, like, fuck, man. I can only imagine more ministers are sitting there thinking, maybe we should follow suit. Maybe we should jump ship as well. I mean, they just don't want the blame to be put on themselves. Today was the day that Freeland was supposed to announce the deficit, the actual deficit numbers. And she must have seen them and went, my God, I do not want to deliver these on behalf of Trudeau. He can deliver it himself. I am gone. And I mean, to be fair, she's equally to blame as much as Trudeau is for the destruction of our country. But you know it's really bad when even she's like, God, guys, I got to get out of here. I gotta run while I can. They're running like cockroaches. The lampshades have been lifted. The curtains have been opened. Now watch these cockroaches scatter. These cucarachas are going to run. And they are going to run fast, ladies and gentlemen. One after another, they will run. Freeland being one of the first to just flat out say, I'm done.
The implication here of what we're seeing is really quite significant. It not only speaks to two very different ideologies in how to move forward, and we see reference to that throughout the letter, talking about Freeland saying she put strenuous efforts to manage spending to give Canada flexibility in order to deal with the tariff threat posed by Donald Trump. She talks about keeping our fiscal powder dry, having reserves in case there is a tariff war, and the need to eschew what she calls political gimmicks. This is a very clear message that there has been opposing views on how best to deal with not only the tariff threat that Canada is facing, but also how to deal with our fiscal policy. And we've seen that in the lead up to this fall economic statement that Ms. Freeland will be delivering later on this afternoon. So much of the talk has been about the fact that this government has been unable to maintain the fiscal anchors that it sets for itself. And certainly
Okay, so I guess she's still going to give the update even though she's resigned.
in this new fall economic statement, we are expecting a certain amount of new spending. We've seen as of Friday that they're spending $26 billion over the next 6 years on business tax incentives. We've seen housing policies. There was a press release last week that talked about that there was going to be a suite of additional housing policies in this. We know there's going to be spending on the GST tax relief, $1.6 billion. There's
Yeah, and I got to mention that as well. The quote-unquote tax break that they want to give us has started officially today. If it passed through, which I believe it did. Yeah, so that's happened as well. Here's a tax break while our finance minister resigns, probably due to the fact that the deficit is so insanely high. Holy shit, guys. Talk about our country being cooked. Blue skies, if you know about this absolute dumpster fire of a platform. PDF file after PDF file has been getting caught and absolutely annihilated, fucking good, by Alex Rosen. This guy is literally doing God's work, straight up. He is tracking said individuals down and annihilating them. Like I said, rightfully so. These people do not deserve to see the light of day. And this video, he actually just ends up trolling the guy. Alex Rosen goes out of his way to say that he doesn't have all of the booster shots from the vaccine. And he's actually a risk right now. And he's obviously trolling. He's not being serious about this. So he tells the guy to please cover his face with a mask. The guy says he doesn't have one. So he gives him a couple sheets of like paper towel to cover his face with. And the PDF file actually goes out of his way to cover his face with the paper towel. That's how deranged said individuals are. All right, that's a little bit of random news there. Like I said, Alex Rosen doing God's work when it comes to getting rid of said individuals. that want to exploit minors.
That is why on June 10th, 2024, the House of Commons adopted our motion, which has led to this ongoing debate in the House. And let us not forget, this common sense conservative motion passed in this place with the support of the New Democrats, Green Party, and Bloc Québécois. Only the Liberals opposed it. To be clear, nothing in that motion ordered the RCMP to conduct an investigation. The House simply asked that documents be turned over to the RCMP. Speaker, it has been it's been 189 days since this motion passed. This is a horrible look for this Liberal government. Further, nothing in that House order contemplated redactions to documents being made by this government. That's because the House of Commons enjoys the absolute and unfettered power to order the production of documents that is not limited by statute. These powers are rooted in the Constitution Act of 1867 and in the Parliament of Canada Act. In response to the Liberal government's failure to produce these documents, the Conservative House leader raised a point of privilege, rightly arguing that the House privileges had been breached due to the failure to comply.
Okay, so while they're still debating the SDTC, the exact same thing they have been debating for over a month, roughly 2 now, Pierre Poilievre, speaking with reporters, which I could only imagine he's speaking with reporters over Freeland resigning, which I'm very curious to what he has to say.
Du Canada présente pour notre Monsieur Boisson, les drogues au beau milieu économique agressif duré. Y compris que vous dans le Canada. What we are seeing is the government of Canada itself is spiraling out of control right before our eyes and at the very
skipping over the French
time. Today, mere hours before Trudeau's finance minister was to deliver a fall economic update that was expected to smash through her already massive deficit targets, she announced she no longer has confidence in the Prime Minister. Canadians were already anxious about the reckless $40 billion deficit the government had announced last spring, but today, in mere hours, they were expected to learn that it was much higher than that, threatening our social programs and our fiscal stability right in the middle of a potential trade war. The Prime Minister, with the help and instigation of carbon tax Carney, pushed Ms. Freeland to bring on massive, unsustainable, irresponsible spending increases that blew through her self-imposed guardrail. He thought that he would simply push her through that guardrail and off the cliff so that she, and not he and Mr. Carney, would take the blame for the crisis that he and they caused. To continue the chaos, think of this. The moment the finance minister resigned, the government's published order of precedent meant that François-Philippe Champagne instantaneously became the finance minister. But now he tells us he doesn't have the job and doesn't want the job. So it goes to the next minister who's on the published order of precedent, and that is Randy Boissonnault, more commonly known as the two Randys, the gentleman who had to resign.
Oh my God, Cocaine Randy makes his return.
Because he falsely claimed he was Indigenous, falsely claimed that there were more than one Randy when it was all him and all in his head, and he is now technically our finance minister as we speak. We don't know for sure, though, if he'll still be finance minister in 3.5 hours when the scheduled fall economic update is expected to land. That update, by the way, is currently covered by a black blanket underneath a table. No one is allowed to look at it, even though journalists and parliamentarians showed up to read it in briefing rooms to this day, earlier today. So here we are. Everything is spiraling out of control. Out of control spending and bureaucracy has doubled housing costs, with 1,400 homeless encampments taking over Ontario alone. Out of control immigration has led to refugee camps opening in suburban Canada. And then we have 500,000 people in the country illegally, according to government estimates. Out-of-control crime overtakes our once tranquil streets, with gun crime having doubled. Out-of-control drugs and disorder add to the chaos, with 47,000 of our people dead of overdoses since Trudeau legalized drug laws, stopped enforcing them, and allowed limitless sums of fentanyl ingredients into our country. Out-of-control inflation has followed out-of-control money printing, which has sent out-of-control demand to our food banks, which are running out of food altogether. Out-of-control spending has doubled our national debt, boosted interest rates, and threatened our social programs. And it's not just Freeland who thinks this Prime Minister is out of control. Now, Housing Minister Sean Fraser has resigned in the middle of a housing crisis. The Minister is resigning, the Finance Minister is resigning in the middle of an economic crisis, and a fifth of his Liberal caucus has lost confidence in him. Justin Trudeau has lost control, and yet he clings to power. We cannot accept this kind of chaos, division, weakness, while we're staring down the barrel of a 25% tariff from our biggest trading partner and closest ally, which, by the way, is headed by a newly elected president with a strong and fresh mandate, a man who can spot weakness from a mile away. Ms. Freeland has been Mr. Trudeau's most trusted minister now for a decade, for 9 years. She knows him better than anyone, and she knows that he's out of control. She said this: "Our country faces a grave challenge. The incoming administration in the United States is pursuing a policy of aggressive economic nationalism, including the threat of a 25% tariff. We need to take that threat extremely seriously. That means we have to keep our fiscal firepower dry today, so we have the reserves we may need for a coming tariff war. That means eschewing costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford, and which makes Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. I know Canadians would recognize and respect such an approach. They know we are working for them. They know when we are working for them, and they know when we are working for ourselves. Inevitably, our time in government will come to an end. Will come to an end," she said, and I quote. And it is coming to an end, because we simply cannot go on like this. And it is up to Jagmeet Singh now to make that realization. Mr. Trudeau is being held in office by one man, Jagmeet Singh. A fifth of Liberal MPs have written a letter for him to resign. His deputy prime minister has walked out on him. His housing minister has quit. That on top of numerous other female ministers who stormed out after his appalling mistreatment and abuse and dishonesty towards them. 80% of Canadians have lost confidence in this Prime Minister. So why is Jagmeet Singh making the entire country wait for him to get his pension? That is the question today. To patriotic Liberals across the country, my message is this: you supported this government in good faith because you thought it was the right thing for the country. And you are good and decent patriotic people who've been let down by a Prime Minister and his top advisor, Mr. Carney, who have betrayed Ms. Freeland and you. Carney and Trudeau, the backroom boys, have taken the Liberal Party away from anything it used to stand for. What I'm calling for is, let's bring home the common sense consensus of Liberals who believed in liberty, Conservatives who believed in conserving it, fiscal responsibility, compassion for our neighbours. These are the shared common values that will bind up our nation's wounds and bring us back together. Now is the time for a carbon tax election to turn the decision away from me or Mr. Trudeau or Mr. Singh or Mr. Carney and put it in the hands of the people. I know that they will make the right decision. Let's bring it home.
Mr. Poilievre, can you clarify, you do not accept the possibility that Mr. Trudeau could resign and there could be a leadership? You think there needs to be an election right now?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because it is not backroom Liberal insiders who get to choose the Canadian Prime Minister. It is the Canadian people. And for Mark Carney to write a fall economic update full of poison pills and then put it on his rival Chrystia Freeland's desk to knock her and Mr. Trudeau out of the game and allow him and appoint himself Prime Minister is about the most undemocratic political maneuver we've ever witnessed in this country's history. The Canadian people deserve to choose who should be their next Prime Minister. Let's put our faith in them.
God, that reporter sounded so out of touch. My God. One of Trudeau's, like I said before, most known ministers just abandoned ship. What does that tell you, lady? Like, do these reporters, they just read anything they're given, right? They don't even have a brain. They're just a bunch of locusts that swarm and scream when they don't hear the answer they want. Like, she was trying to cut him off halfway through his response. It's just insane.
That's up to Mr. Singh.
Will the election itself need to take place before January the 20th when the catastrophic 25% tariff is slated to come into effect?
It would be ideal to have the election done before the president takes office or within the first week or two of his mandate so that Canadians would have a strong prime minister with the brains and backbone, the strength and smarts to stand up for Canada facing down President Trump and our American competitors.
But to be clear, do you think there is a process? Is there a process in the House of Commons? We're in a minority government. Do you see a process in which the House could vote no confidence before it rises tomorrow? Is there such a maneuver that you can do?
I think it's really up to Jagmeet Singh.
Freeland resigned hours before tabling the fall economic statement. How should the government now proceed with the Fez? Should it be tabled?
Yes.
Last question.
And maybe the answer is just for them to table the Fez and let's vote up or down on the Fez. It would be a confidence motion. I think the answer is to table the Fez, the fall economic update, and let the House of Commons vote up or down. And if the fall economic update is defeated, then it would be a non-confidence vote and we would proceed to a carbon tax election. Je pense que M. Trudeau devrait déposer un vote ce soir au rôle de notre pays.
Last question.
Do you think Canadians want their Christmas holiday to be interrupted by a federal election campaign?
I think right now Canadians' Christmas holidays are being interrupted by the NDP Liberal hell they're living under. Lining up 2 million people at food banks, 1,400 homeless encampments, a doubling of gun crime, the worst inflation in 40 years, our 6 consecutive quarters of shrinking per capita GDP, $500 billion of investment leaving for the United States. Parents are tossing and turning at night because we have the most indebted households by far in the G7. That's the real hell that is interrupting people's Christmas spirit right now. And I think the best Christmas present we could give Canadians is to let them choose a new common sense conservative government that will bring home Canada's promise so that anyone from anywhere can do anything. Hard work gets them a powerful paycheck and pension that buys affordable food, homes, and wonderful Christmas gifts to go under the tree. Thank you.
And there you have it. I mean, like, these reporters are just insane, man. They don't even think. They just speak.
Political gimmicks, which we can ill afford and which make Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. That's what she said. And here we are talking about $400 million that this government refuses to provide accountability over. And you know what? There's another sentence she has in her resignation letter. But how we deal with the threat our country currently faces will define us for a generation and perhaps longer. Canada will win if we are strong.
Oh, it's a vibe here in Canada, that's for sure. I don't think the Senate could do much to actually step in and call an election. I'm not sure what they could do.
This is a great line. She goes, inevitably, our time in government will come to an end. Speaker, I agree with that one line, and surely it needs to come to an end as soon as possible.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments, and then remember for Barry Innisfil.
Are you sure? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I know the honourable member is a big Bills fan, and yesterday was a big win against Detroit, so go Bills. Where'd that huff and the puff come from? Oh, okay, a New England fan, obvious New England fan. Mr. Speaker, I know the honourable member represents a border community, and the border has become an issue since President Trump's election. Issues of drugs, immigration, it's an important part of his writing because of the safety and security of the border, but also tourism is a big part. So I wonder if the honourable member can comment on the fact that we have a government that's literally collapsing before our eyes, and how important it is that we call on the NDP to show no confidence in this government, forget about the leader's pension, the NDP leader's pension, call no confidence.
Do you think Jagmeet is gonna forget about his $2.2 million pension? Oh, buddy. You've had 3+. Was it 3+ or just 3? Whatever. 3 non-confidence votes total that I believe have gone through, and each have been declined due to Jagmeet.
And he's absolutely right. My community, for example, we've got 4 international border crossings. 2 of the 4 bridges that we have in my community alone are 2 of the 4 of the busiest commercial bridge crossings into the United States in terms of commerce, in terms of tourism, for example. Our community, $2.4 billion in tourism receipts alone, 2019 prior to COVID, and the majority of our visitor base, is domestic, but those international visitors, the primary visitor base is American, and they're over 50% of our spend. So what we need to be doing is taking actions to ensure we continue to facilitate American visitation into our country, rather than taking steps that would damage in any way American visitation to our country. Right. The relationship in our border communities is also so close. The success of our auto sector, for example, I have in our community a General Motors engine plant facility, but there's also one in Buffalo. What these 25% tariff discussions going on currently, that worries me for those hundreds of workers at that General Motors facility in St. Catharines. If they're put in place, it may be economically impossible to keep that facility open and simply move those jobs to Buffalo instead. And that would be sad to see that happen.
Questions and comments? For Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to ask my colleague the same question I just asked the last speaker. This Prime Minister touts himself as a feminist, yet we've seen time and again through his leadership the axe has fallen on the women that he's appointed to his cabinet: Jody Wilson-Raybould, Jane Philpott, Special Advisor Selena Cesar-Chavannes, and now the Finance Minister. How many more women will end up under the axe of this Prime Minister before the leader of the NDP chooses to actually stand up and do what he needs to do, but have no confidence in this Prime Minister and save our country from the disaster that's unfolding? And for the Liberals across the way, I hope somebody has found where the fire alarm is, and you're going to pull it because they've got about 25 minutes of question period.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. And it's unbelievable. This Prime Minister has real difficulty when it comes to people who want to speak truth to power. When that truth is spoken, they are then subjected to being resigned from cabinet. Again, I think the Finance Minister said it best herself when in her resignation letter, when she said, "Inevitably, our time in government will come to an end."
It needs to happen now.
Better words could not have been spoken. It's time for this government to resign. It's time for an election. And if the NDP stood for workers in this country, they'd side with us, and we'd have an election called so we can replace this tired Liberal government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, what the hell is going on? The country is without a finance minister. I'm without a minister to be a critic of. And not only has this Prime Minister lost control of his cabinet, he's lost control of his colleagues, he's lost confidence by Canadians, The only person he hasn't lost confidence from is the leader of the NDP.
Yep.
He's just waiting for his $2.2 million pension, and then maybe he might lose confidence in this Prime Minister as well. You know who else has lost confidence in this weak, fake feminist Prime Minister? It's the 2 million Canadians visiting a food bank in a single month. It's the 1 in 4 Canadians that are skipping meals. It's those parents, those moms that are putting water in their kids' milk to extend how much they can give to their kids. They've all lost confidence. They lost confidence 9 years ago. After this weak Prime Minister doubled housing costs, doubled the crime, doubled the debt, he basically doubled all the pain and suffering in this country.
Yes.
And then he blamed Canadians for it. And then he lectured them. And then on top of that, to pour salt on the wounds, he's slamming Canadians with another carbon tax scam hike, one that he wants to quadruple if by some chance he becomes Prime Minister again. And now, the former finance minister has joined another long list of women who were in his caucus and cabinet who have exposed how big of a fake feminist he is. She joins women like Jane Philpott, Jody Wilson-Raybould,
Yes.
Selena Cesar Chavez, who, it's a slap in the face to women, not just parliamentarians, but all around. Let me quote what she said in her letter today that exposed this fake feminist Prime Minister. Quote, "On Friday, you told me you no longer want me to serve as your finance minister and offered me another position in the cabinet." What a slap in the face. He was done using her. On Friday, he let her know that, hey, I'm going to make you break through this fiscal guardrail that you promised Canadians, which was $40 billion. I'm going to make you crash through that guardrail, take Canada's finances off the cliff. But why don't you go and deliver that bad news, and then I'll switch you into a different post. What kind of so-called feminist does that?
Or leader.
What kind of a leader, what kind of a boss does that?
A human being does that.
It is pathetic to the most highest degree what this fake feminist Prime Minister has done. He proves once again, and he just recently did this big speech last week about being a proud feminist. Some feminist. He's a fake. Let me go on and read what else she said. She says, "You made clear that I no longer credibly enjoy that confidence and possess the authority that comes with it." I would argue she never had it in the first place, because it's this fake feminist Prime Minister and carbon tax Carney in the background. And you know what? Carbon tax Carney made his Canadian comeback just so to fire this furious finance minister. That was his role. And they used her, and they wanted to blame her for the finances of the country going over the cliff, only to disregard her afterwards. This is all being done by the backroom boys of the fake feminist Prime Minister and carbon tax Carney. She goes on and says, "You and I have found ourselves at odds about the best path forward to Canada. Keeping our fiscal powder dry today so we have the reserves we may need for a coming tariff war. That means eschewing costly political gimmicks which we can ill afford and which make Canadians doubt eschewing costly political gimmicks which we can ill afford and which make Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment." I couldn't agree more. Political gimmicks. They just introduced a 2-month temporary GST tax trick, which was a vote-buying scheme that businesses all across hated, that was going to be costly to them, that isn't really going to bring in much more revenue, and they brought it in at the busiest time of the year, just so this Liberal NDP government could buy votes from Canadians. But Canadians are experiencing much more pain than that. While they want to take off pennies off peanuts or nickels off nutty bars, Common sense conservatives want to axe the tax on everything, for everyone, for good. Enough of these cheap political gimmicks. This carbon tax scam is more than a gimmick. It is pain. It's no environmental gain with all financial pain for Canadians. To the point where we see seniors having to choose whether they want to heat their home or they can heat their home or buy a little bit more at the grocery store. They're getting by putting blankets on. This is the reality of 9 years of this corrupt, inept, weak, Liberal NDP government. Instead of standing up with Canadians and standing up for Canadian values, this Prime Minister chose to start a war with the Americans. It's this same former finance minister, with obviously the guidance of this weak Prime Minister, who said, hey, why don't you go ahead with your digital services tax? You know what? Why don't we join other countries that are doing it? Can you believe we're on the same pod as countries like Pakistan who have introduced this? We're not with our partners on this at all. They knew it would be something that would impact Canadian businesses and could possibly get our tariffs raised by the US, but they went forward with it. They still moved forward with it. They pissed everyone off. They pissed off the Americans. This is how incompetent this Liberal NDP government is. They have no game plan. Once again, these cheap political gimmicks have Canadians footing the bill. At the end of the day, Canadians are having to suffer for these really incompetent political policies that have impacted them. The former finance minister goes on to say, our time in government will come to an end. Yes, it will.
That's for sure.
Yes, it will. You know what?
Truer words never spoken.
We should put this tired, corrupt government out of its misery. Call a carbon tax election now. Give people control back. Give Canadians control back of their lives, something they've lost. When they see crime on the rise, hate crimes on the rise, the cost of everything is out of control. It's because they have a government that's worked against them. They have a leader in the NDP that has propped up this corrupt Liberal government for 9 years, and now he's doing it just out of spite, just to get his $2.2 million pension. Canadians will remember this. Canadians will remember this at the next election. It is time for this government, it's their time to come to an end now. We have to give that power back to the people where it belongs. There's only one leader in this entire House of Commons that will bring the power back to the people. That's the Conservative leader and the member for Carleton.
Hear, hear.
She says something else I agree with. Canada will win if we are strong, smart, and united. We need a leader that's strong, smart, and that will unite. One with a backbone and brains. And again, there's only one leader in this House of Commons with that. That's the member from Carleton. Because once we have a common sense Conservative government, we're going to axe the tax for good. We're going to get rid of the carbon tax to bring the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating down. Unleash the power of our natural resources. This world-renowned natural resources sector that we have in Canada that this Liberal NDP government has tried to kill with their oil and gas cap and all these other ridiculous policies like the carbon tax scam. We're going to axe the tax for good to bring home our natural resources and give them to the world to actually bring down emissions across the world. Mr. Speaker, we're going to build the homes. No more photo op funds, no more giving municipalities and mayors millions and billions of dollars just to create more bureaucracy. We're going to build the homes, not more bureaucracy. We're going to bring home a GST tax cut for homes that are $1 million and under that will generate up to 30,000 new homes and save up to $50,000 on those homes, which is going to lower the cost of mortgages. And when I'm on the topic of mortgages, after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, Housing costs have doubled, whether you're renting or you are a mortgage holder. Your costs have doubled. And why have they doubled? It's because this Liberal NDP government has fed into the bureaucracies on a municipal level that have only increased their permitting fees. And on top of that, it's the population control that they admit themselves is, quote, out of control. They did this. Their incompetence did this. The Bank of Canada also confirmed that it's their out-of-control population growth that made the cost for renters double. So we're gonna make sure that in order to not give Canadians 40-year highs in inflation like the Liberal NDP government did, we are going to balance the budget. Something.
Oh, you're telling me the doesn't balance itself? Oh.
This is the same Prime Minister that said budgets balance themselves, that he doesn't think about monetary policy. And then he said, let the bankers worry about the economy. He loves the bankers. Those are his Bay Street buddies. The same ones that Canadians are having to send money to more in debt interest charges than what goes to provinces for health care.
Yes.
Because after this incompetent Prime Minister doubled the national debt, that's exactly what happened. Interest rates went up. Inflation went up. Of course, all the Prime Minister and his rich buddies, their assets got inflated while everyday Canadians had to pay for that incompetence. We are going to balance the budget and bring in a dollar-for-dollar law. We're going to make sure that any dollar spent in any department has to be matched with a dollar of saving. Canadians and businesses have had to do that under this government. The government should do the same and respect the money. And there is no doubt we're going to cut the Liberal waste. The waste that went to Liberal insiders, like friends of the Liberals that got how much money for Arrive scam, for the consultants, the McKinsey consultants, and now we just found out through the Auditor General about the CEBA loans that went to fraudulent corporations and companies. This is just another rerun of the last 9 years of this government. First it was CERB, and now it's CEBA. This is what incompetence looks like. And who has to pay for it? Canadians always end up having to pay for this incompetence. It's time for a common-sense Conservative government that will balance the budget, get rid of that Liberal waste. And of course, we're going to stop the crime. Canadians don't leave their houses now and sometimes live in their houses in absolute fear.
They do.
Because criminals have never had it so good. Under this Liberal NDP government that brought in Bill C-5 and C-75, criminals have it way too easy. They commit crime repeatedly, and without any fear, they know they're going to get bail. They commit crimes over and over again. But just a virtue signal and to show that they're the most woke government, they created a bail system that is just too easy for criminals to get. That's why there's no more fear left within criminals. There's no fear in Canada. The only fear is everyday Canadians just working to make it, to get by, to put food on their family's table. But now carjackings are up, violent crime is up, gun crime is up. We see every day there's new videos that are coming out. And it's a result of this incompetent woke government that lets the criminals have zero consequences for what they do. We're going to stop the crime and bring in common sense Conservative policies once again that will keep repeat offenders in jail and not grant them bail like this woke government has done over the last 9 years. When my parents came here because Canada used to have this reputation where you could work hard and you could either get by or get ahead. Canada used to be a country where one paycheck used to be able to run the household. One paycheck used to be able to get you a house, whether you wanted a mortgage or rent. One paycheck used to be able to afford groceries for the week. One paycheck used to put your kids through school. One paycheck used to be able to put your kids in other activities. But after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, that Canadian dream that my parents came for, that Canadians, whether you were born here or you immigrated here for, it's broken. It's broken. The reputation is broken because this weak, woke, fake feminist Prime Minister broke Canada. And it's time for a common sense Conservative government led by our common sense Conservative leader, the member from Carleton, to not only unite Canadians, but it's time to rebuild that Canadian dream and finally have a country where we can proudly stand and say we're from Canada. One where we see our flag and the rest of the world sees our flag and they know it's represented by a competent leader that has brains and a backbone to stand up for Canadians and do what's best for Canada first. It's the same Prime Minister, wherever he goes, he's an embarrassment. Not just nationally, all over the world.
Yeah, he is.
Literally, he's known as a clown now. He's turned the country into a circus. It's time for real leadership. It's time to bring a serious government back that will put the people first, that will reduce those food bank lineups, that will reduce the cost of the housing costs, that will reduce the cost of your gas, groceries, and home heating, reduce the crime in this country, because that's how it used to be. Before this Prime Minister, it used to be like that. When was the last time you heard people lining up at food banks in record numbers that used to be afraid of just being in their own home or being outside? That we never used to even have to lock our doors before in Canada. So in this next carbon tax election, the choice cannot be more clear. You either want to vote for a Liberal NDP government that will punish your work, that will tax everything, that will double your housing costs on their path to quadruple the carbon tax scam, or Canadians will have a choice to get back control of their lives, get back control of the country that they once knew and still love, under a common sense Conservative government that will bring back the common sense that used to be common in this country that we've lost after 9 years of this incompetent, woke, Liberal NDP government. Let's work together to bring home that Canada that we all knew. So I turn to the leader of the NDP and make a request to him. Put the country and Canadians over your pension.
Here, here. Yes.
Yeah, I said it earlier, I do believe Carney has a massive play in all this, but I don't think he can actually take her position unless they do some sort of insanely weird, like, emergency swap-in or something, which that doesn't seem legal. Sounds very corrupt, if you ask me, but for a fact, Carney's been involved in a lot of this.
Caucus is in chaos. It's time to give the control back to the people. It's time to give this country a common sense Conservative government under the leader of the common sense Conservatives, from the member from Carleton. Let's bring home that Canada that we all once knew and still love. Let's bring it home, Mr. Speaker.
Bring it home.
And at the end of the day, it is the Liberal government, and, well, we all know they don't follow the law, really, so.
Questions and comments. I just wanted to also remind colleagues, when usage of certain words, I know we started off using the HE double hockey stick, and that's one of those terms that we use as an unparliamentary term. So, just to remind people. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike Conservatives across the way,
creepy
I'm
Kevin.
proud to be a Canadian. Quite frankly, I disagree. Canada is not broken. The Conservatives inside.
If it's not broken, Kevin, then why did Freeland just resign?
Mr. Speaker, when in fact it is the best country in the world to call home.
Hear, hear.
I can tell members opposite that Canada is not broken. We have doubled the number of jobs that have been created since Stephen Harper and the leader of the Conservative Party sat around his cabinet table, Mr. Speaker. We have inflation rates that are under control, compatible with other countries around the world, in particular the G7s. When you think of trade, think in terms of no country, no prime minister has signed more trade agreements than this government, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
We have the highest amount of per capita in foreign investment in the G7, third in the world. This is an economy that is doing relatively well in comparison to other countries around the world, whether it's the United States, Great Britain.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
That member has a broken government that broke Canada, and we're going to bring back the common sense that this country used to once know and still love. We may have a great country, but we have a horrible leader, one that's weak, woke, and fake. That's what he is. We're going to restore that Canada that we knew. He talked about double. This is a government that doubled the crime, doubled the debt, doubled everything, doubled the cost of housing, yet virtue signals and says it's Canadians' fault this happens. Let's call a carbon tax election now, give Canadians a choice so that they can have a government that wants to control them or a common sense Conservative leader that wants to give the control back to the people.
A very short question. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. The Conservatives are tying government up because over this refusal to provide some documents. I'd like to know whether my colleague could tell me one thing the Conservatives plan to do to fight corruption and improve accountability. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, the only people that are tying up this House is this Liberal NDP government. They have an order from this House to release the documents. They refuse to do so. That's why we're in the position we're in. This doesn't have anything to do with the Conservatives. Once they come clean, become transparent and release those documents, we can move forward. What we're going to do to bring back confidence and transparency, we used to have it before. We don't have to do much else. We can bring back the transparency and accountability that this common sense Conservative government used to have before 9 years of this corrupt Liberal NDP government. We're going to bring back the accountability. We're going to bring back a dollar-for-dollar law so that we respect the taxpayers' dollars, end the Liberal insider corruption, and let's bring back common sense to this country.
Thank the honourable member. It is now time for statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the holidays are a time for celebration.
Darth Fungus is here now.
It's a time to make sure we connect with each other. As we gather with our loved ones, we're reminded of the importance of community and the bonds that unite all of us. Whether we're sharing meals, exchanging gifts, or simply enjoying each other's company, these moments remind us of the power of community and support. This season is also a perfect opportunity to look out for one another, especially those who may feel lonely or in need, making sure that no one is left behind. I want to thank all of the groups and organizations in Humber River Black Creek, not only during this season, but throughout the year. Make sure that our community is well taken care of all the time. To all of my constituents in Humber River Black Creek and to my wonderful staff in Toronto and Ottawa and all Canadians, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And to all of my colleagues in the House, no matter what party, respect each other and have a very Merry Christmas.
Happy birthday, Judy.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Bravo. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as the year draws to a close, I wanted to take a moment to wish all my friends, family, and neighbours in Caribou Prince George and colleagues in this House a very Merry Christmas. Christmas is a time for sharing joy and love, for appreciating the people who make our lives truly special, and for rejoicing at the birth of Jesus Christ. It's a time for family and friends, both near and far, a time for reflection, a reminder of hope and happiness that this season brings. I'm incredibly grateful for the moments that we've shared, the memories we've created, and the strength shown through tough times. There's something magical about Christmas season. But more than anything, it's the people around us that make Christmas so meaningful. Wherever you are and whoever you're with, I hope this Christmas fills your heart with warmth and peace. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
If I could invite members to please take their seats. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell you what every Newfoundland and Labrador family talked about at the dinner table last week, because on December 12th, the future of our province changed and a new course was charted. The 1969 Churchill Falls deal was infamous, unfair, and forever contentious. Now it's been ripped up with the announcement of a new deal between Quebec, Newfoundland and Labrador, and the Innu Nation. This historic deal will impact generations to come, and we'll finally get our fair share as we build clean, renewable power for the country. To all who have worked at home and in Quebec to bring this new Churchill Falls contract forward, thank you. As Premier Fiore said, now a new generation will think of Churchill Falls with pride, not anger or shame. Well done, Premier. Well done.
Great work.
L'honorable député de Pointe-de-L'Île.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. I'd like to acknowledge the excellent work of the Quebec Association of Asbestos Victims, the AVAQ, whose head office is located in La Pointe-de-L'Île, and some of whose members are here today. The AVAQ has mapped over 3,700 public buildings that have asbestos in them, including federal government offices. Many government offices. Given that federal regulations do not prevent the release of asbestos fibers during renovation work, this mapping enables workers in these environments to take action and demand compliance with occupational health and safety requirements. I'm proud to have supported this initiative, and I urge managers of public buildings to identify and locate their facilities that contain asbestos and to take steps to prevent the risk of their renovations causing occupational illnesses. Thank you to all the volunteers and the entire AVAQ team who've been working since 2017 to promote solidarity and self-help among asbestos victims.
J'ai donné de temps supplémentaire.
I gave the member extra time because he had some guests here, and I would encourage all guests to be quiet.
Just carry on their conversations more quietly. L'honorable député de Sackville.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chestercook. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and don't worry.
Here, and I've been getting into the Christmas spirit. I've been doing my Christmas shopping at some of the fantastic craft markets right across Sackville, Preston, Chestercook. Earlier this month, I had the pleasure of joining the community of Fall River for their annual Christmas tree lighting, and I enjoyed a pancake breakfast with Santa Claus and my grandkids during his visit, of course, to Beaverback Kizak Community Centre. To the volunteers of Sackville, Preston, Chestercook, and across Canada, thank you for your incredible generosity and stewardship. Your kindness, it truly embodies the spirit of the season. Happy holidays, everyone. Bon fête.
Votre attention, s'il vous plaît. Your attention, please. The Honourable Member for Coast of Bays, Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay homage to the anniversary that unfolded on December 12, 1985 in the town of Gander that rippled across nations. Air Flight 1285 carrying 248 American servicemen crashed that day shortly after takeoff. They were returning home for Christmas to Fort Campbell, Kentucky after a peacekeeping tour in Sinai. All aboard, including 8 crew members, perished. It remains one of the deadliest aviation disasters in Canadian history, a somber moment etched in the collective memory of both Canada and the United States. On December 12th, as in years before, the people of Gander gathered at the Silent Witness Memorial on the site of the 1985 tragedy to remember not just the lives that were lost, but the ideals that these servicemen upheld. service, sacrifice, and the hope of peace. By honoring their memory, we continue to ensure their legacy endures. May they rest in peace.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, as the holiday season approaches, I would like to take a moment to reflect on the spirit of unity and kindness that defines our great nation.
All right, everybody, I just want to thank you all for being here. We're currently getting through statements by members. Question period will begin very shortly. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens here during this question period due to the financial statement coming out around 4 p.m. Freeland has resigned. I'm going to check Trudeau's itinerary right now to see if he's even going to attend question period. There have been rumors that Trudeau himself, these rumors keep floating around. They've been floating around for months. Apparently Trudeau is going to resign. I don't believe it for a second. I do not believe his ego will allow him to do so. And it will probably end up being an election thing. That will actually get him out of office. He will never resign. I cannot see it happening. I will be actually shocked. Absolutely shocked if Trudeau comes out with a statement saying that he is personally going to resign. He's also not going to attend question period today, which doesn't shock me as well.
Large trade mission to the Philippines, Mr. Speaker. It was like businesses speed dating with other businesses, exploring people-to-people ties, and how that's going to make a difference, not only for Canada, but also the Philippines, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of initiatives that make a difference. At the trade mission, we found out that Air Canada is going to have 4 direct flights from Vancouver to Manila return a week come April, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is good news for those that look to the Philippines in ways in which we can expand that relationship. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we have begun the discussion for exploratory discussions on a trade agreement. 2 thumbs up for the relationship between Canada and the Philippines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, yeah, Canada and the Philippines, but not Canada and the U.S. Oh, that's great.
This week we mark Yalda, an old Aramaic word marking Shao Chala Hanari. It marks the winter solstice, an ancient practice celebrated for thousands of years across Iran and surrounding states. It's also called Pomegranate Night by Kurds from Merjalat. Yalda falls on the longest night of the year and symbolizes the renewal of light over darkness, a time for reflection and hope. Yet in Iran, the light of Yalda represented is dimmed by the Islamic regime that continues to suppress free speech and women's rights. Recently, Parastu Ahmadi, a courageous singer, was arrested for performing solo and without the forced hijab at a caravanserai in Kavir National Park, defying those oppressive Islamic laws. Her courage echoes that of others like Armita Garavan and Jinia Amini, murdered by the regime, or Nilufar Hamedi and Narges Mohammadi, who continue to fight for justice. So to all those celebrating Yalda in Canada, Shao Chila Hanari Piruz, Jin Jiyan Azadi, Zen Zendagi Azadi.
All right, English, please. English, please.
Order, please. The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, we're closer than ever before to ending water advisories on reserve. We've lifted 147 water advisories since 2015, and the next step on our reconciliation journey is passing the First Nations Clean Water Act. But the Conservatives are blocking it, the bill from moving forward to the Senate. It's shameful to stand against First Nations clean water standards like this, and it's shameful that Conservatives have openly refused to support our First Nations communities. Getting this bill passed will ensure that First Nations are afforded the human right to clean water. The AFN is calling on us, and First Nations are relying on us to move this bill forward. Lives are at stake. Water is life. As members, we must move this bill forward as quickly as possible. I'm calling on all Conservative members to do the right thing, support First Nations clean water. It's not too late.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have been losing control for years. It's just been behind closed doors. But now they have lost control for all to see. The Deputy PM and Minister of Finance resigned today in a shocking move, saying that she no longer has the confidence of the Prime Minister, and left, nonetheless, on the day that she was planning on tabling a Titanic-sized deficit. I wish I could say that this was a shock, but it's par for the course for a government that is in perpetual chaos. Now, the irony is that the NDP and their sellout leader now have more confidence in that Prime Minister than his own inner circle. But the real tragedy of it all is that it's Canadians that are hurting. After 9 years of wreaking havoc, that has been it's been absolute devastation to our people. Canadians need an election now so that we can end the chaos, the corruption, and the economic destruction brought about by the Liberal NDP government, and letting Canadians elect common sense Conservatives to fix what that costly coalition has broken.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
I'm mad at myself now for having once thought he is an honest and good person when in truth he would so casually lie to the public. That's a direct quote from former Liberal Cabinet Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould, who learned the Prime Minister is a performative and fake feminist. She resigned. It was just a week ago the Prime Minister stood on stage to tell women what a great feminist he is. And then today, we learned the Prime Minister told the first ever female finance minister to do as he says or lose her role. She resigned. Wow. Even the finance minister doesn't have confidence in the Prime Minister. Selina Caesar-Chavez, former parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister, felt reduced to a prop for the Prime Minister's image rather than valued for her voice. She resigned. How many women will the Prime Minister throw under the bus before the leader of the NDP pulls his pathetic support for this weak Prime Minister? That's right. Canadians are done. Call an election and get rid of this fake, feminist, narcissistic Prime Minister who is destroying this country and Canadians' lives.
Absolutely just cooked him. Absolutely cooked him.
Members, it's very important not to do indirectly with
colleagues, please.
Be very mindful about the language that you use in the statements or quotations that you have. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On November 25th, we learned of the passing of John Embury. I worked with John when Ralph Goodale was the Minister of Finance. He was a charter member of the Loyal Order of Goodalians, a fierce band of loyalists to Ralph Goodale, Saskatchewan, and all things liberal. A great communicator, John would navigate us through challenging times with grace, wit, good humor, and a fierce intelligence, all mandatory characteristics of the charter members of the Goodalians. As Director of Communications, he was a calm professional, a super knowledgeable on a whole range of files. John left us too early. He leaves behind his wife, Marjo, his grandson, the Dude, his two stepdaughters, Cora and Chloe, his mother, Margot, and brother and sister, Mike and Eden. He was loved and cherished by his family and friends across the country, and he will not be forgotten. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Canada's settlement sector is the foundation for social cohesion, nation building, and newcomer integration. Over 800 agencies are funded by RRCC to deliver a range of services such as language class with childcare support, employment and career training, trauma-informed programs, family centers, and so much more. Last year, over 700,000 unique newcomers were served by the sector, primarily made up of racialized women across Canada outside of Quebec. Despite their success, the Liberals is charting a course to massively cut these services. Many organizations...
Well, Jenny, you decided to vote them back into power when you had the third non-confidence vote go through. So, to be quite honest with you, Jenny, nobody really cares what you have to say, because you're NDP.
...is used to cover up pending cuts to IRCC staffing. This will decimate service delivery and negatively impact the economy.
Yeah, and you voted them back in.
For years to come. The NDP is calling on the Liberals to stop blaming newcomers for their failures and to immediately reverse...
You should start blaming yourself for standing up for him for the third time straight.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to highlight today the work of an extraordinary politician. Like a compass in a storm, she's always shown us the way forward. Her calm, competence, and attention to our needs have always been a source of great comfort. Our whip was perfect, guiding our destinies with a delicate yet firm hand. She's stepping down as whip to take care of her father, but happily she will be staying with us. In all aspects of her life, she is and always will be above reproach, dependable and generous. Stepping into her enormous shoes will be a colossal challenge, and without claiming to replace her, I will certainly ensure a smooth transition true to the rich legacy she leaves us. A united caucus that's above reproach, full of competent and on-point people who appreciate each other and work together for the collective good. To the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, thank you for making the Bloc Québécois caucus the best ever, the best of them all. We love you, Claude.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
For weeks, the Prime Minister has been repeating over and over again that a Team Canada approach is about knowing the time to do the right thing. But he sure doesn't understand that point, does he? Multiple cabinet ministers have resigned, including the finance minister, on the day she was supposed to deliver the disastrous Liberal budget update. In her resignation letter, she said the government needed to issue costly political gimmicks and that the Liberals are focused on themselves and not working for Canadians. And yet the Prime Minister refuses to call an election. And the weak and self-interested NDP and Liberal backbench are complicit in his decimation of our country, propping him up while he pulls Canadians from one disaster to another. How many more deaths in the streets will it take for them to admit that it's over? How many more violent demonstrations, business closures, lost jobs, lost homes, encampments of refugees in Canada's suburbs, tariff wars with allies? One man's ego is not worth this cost. No single person matters more than our country. Team Canada wants the Prime Minister to take his own advice and do the right thing. Call an election now. Let's bring it home. You're here.
I see that the honourable member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour is wearing his finery today, so I can only imagine what this is about. I'm certain all members will want to give their attention. The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think we could all use a little chuckle today, so with that, I'm proud to deliver this year's Liberal Christmas roast. It was a week before Christmas, Conservative MPs were muzzled. Our investments in housing have old PP puzzled. Their party won't talk about foreign interference. For Christmas, will their leader get his security clearance? Dental care.
Boo.
School food and pharmacare. Thanks to the NDP. They tore up our deal, they started to gloat. But guess what happened on the next confidence vote? Supply management and seniors.
Canadians are suffering, so I'm gonna make a song out of it.
Je ne parle pas français. To calm caucus rebels, we cut the GST, a small gift from the Liberals and me. Groceries are high, there's trouble with the mail. But we still have a chance to win Cloverdale? Now, Mr. Speaker, it's not a contest, so I don't mean to brag, but it's only our leader whose name is on a flag. One final thought, though, Mr. Speaker. One final thought, though. Canada ain't broke, though I will admit we may be a bit woke. Mr. Speaker, colleagues, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, too. May we all get a Christmas card from a Randy or two.
Okay, that last part was kind of funny. That last part with the Randy was kind of funny. I'll give him that one.
questions.
Here we go. My God, Christmas songs and rhymes galore.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has lost control, but he is clinging to power. We knew that he had lost control of the voters, of immigration, of spending, of inflation, of the cost of housing, but now he has lost control of his cabinet. The Vice Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance has stepped down, and she stepped down hours before presenting Canada's fall economic statement with an enormous deficit. When will we have an election?
L'honorable leader du gouvernement à l'Assemblée commune.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is looking forward to presenting the economic statement this afternoon, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the member for University Rosedale for everything that she has done for this country and everything that she will continue to do for this country.
Is that the new Chrystia Freeland?
Make quite a long list, and her place in history is assured, and we are very proud of everything that she has done for this government.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Yet he clings to power. He's lost control of immigration, lost control of the borders, lost control of spending, deficits, inflation, housing costs. In fact, his former, apparently, finance minister was trying to get spending under control by capping the deficit at an already crazy $40 billion. But he took Carbon Tax Carney's advice and pushed her beyond that guardrail and was trying to throw her off the cliff. She's now resigned minutes before presenting her fall economic update. This cannot go on. When will we have a carbon tax elected?
Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government looks forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon.
Clearly your government didn't look forward to it because Chrystia resigned. Oh my God, Karina.
Has accomplished for this country and will continue to do for this country. She has played an integral role in this government. First of all, standing up for Canada and defending NAFTA, bringing forward universal childcare, and the incredible work that she has done in defending Ukraine. We are very grateful for all that she's contributed to this government and to Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
For the Finance Minister. Who are you?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at a time when Canadians are struggling, we are happy to bring forward measures that are going to assist them. Things like the GST tax cut that took place starting this past Saturday, going until February 15th. And while the Conservative leader and the members of his caucus stay focused on us, we're going to stay focused on helping Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it was a serious question. Who is the Finance Minister? After the Finance Minister's resignation this morning, automatically the Industry Minister became Minister of Finance. And congratulations. But he immediately quit. After him, in the line of precedence, it was the two Randys. Well, they don't want it. So now we don't have a finance minister just a couple of minutes before the fall economic statement will be presented. So where's the minister?
The Honourable Leader of the Government,
the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, our government is looking forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon. There are important measures in that update, measures that are important for Canadians. It's time for the Leader of the Conservatives to recognize that while he's focused on us, we are focused on Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, just to underline the chaos we're faced with here, the Finance Minister resigned the day she was to present the fall budget, which was going to contain a massive deficit overrun. The job then went automatically to the Industry Minister, who immediately resigned, like on the spot, which then went down the line, and the next person in order was the famous two Randys. And they're not available to do the job either. We're now less than 2 hours away from the fall economic update. Why won't the Prime Minister have the courage to come in here, present it himself, and put it for a confidence vote tonight?
A fourth non-confidence vote? Are we joking? We do know the NDP still exists, right?
Did during statements today for members to be careful not to refer to other sitting members by their names, but to use their titles or to use their writing names. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition continues to play politics in this place, we look forward to...
Yeah, continues to play politics in a place of politics. Fucking wild, Karina.
...have a series of important measures for Canadians. Things that are going to help them with the affordability challenges, that are going to put Canada, Canadian jobs, and the Canadian economy first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to ask the Honourable Member from...
Oh my God.
From St. Albert, Edmonton, to please...
Why is Greg so loud?
When he is not recognized by the Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. We already knew that between 20 and 40 Liberal MPs no longer had confidence in the Prime Minister. We also knew that 8 ministers would be jumping ship. Today, the Minister of Finance decided to step down instead of presenting the fall economic statement. She wrote, black and white, that she disagrees with the Prime Minister on the best path forward for Canada. So she has also taken away her confidence in the Prime Minister. We are watching this government, this Liberal government, fall apart, and it's pretty ugly to see. Will the Prime Minister call an election? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. As I mentioned, as a government, we are looking forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon. There are important measures in there for Canadians.
Yeah, Freeland was looking extra forward to delivering it. That's why she resigned.
Canadians. And we will continue to protect Canadian economy and Canadian jobs. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Deputy Prime Minister has quit because of the Liberals' electoral handouts. She said that Canadians know when we're working for them and when we're focused on ourselves. Mr. Speaker, people can see through their political games. Quebecers don't want these political handouts. Businesses don't want them. Even the Finance Minister doesn't want them. The only person who wants these is the NDP leader and the Prime Minister of Canada. Will they finally stop sabotaging Canada's economy for, so they can buy votes? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Cutting the GST on essentials for Canadians is something that's important for many Canadians. And I've heard from many people in my riding who have said that this is something that is important for them. Restaurants, small and medium-sized businesses say that this is something that's important for them, and we are proud of having put that motion forward.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
People can't afford their groceries.
And you decided to vote Trudeau back in.
To call their own. And the Conservatives are
Order!
Whoa. Greg is mad.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South from the top, please.
Canadians literally cannot afford the groceries they need.
And you are part of the problem.
Afford to find a home to call their own.
You voted Trudeau back in.
Buddies of the Conservatives, MAGA Conservatives.
Blames Trump. Well, you should be blaming Trudeau.
Hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada. And the Prime Minister is more focused
Orange
on
man
himself,
bad.
on infighting. The Prime Minister cannot remain in that position.
He can't remain in that position. Jagmeet, are you stupid? This guy's actually insane, right?
Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, this is not the time for slogan. This is not the time for partisanship. This is not a time to make jokes, Mr.
I don't know about you guys in chat right now, but I believe the scripts are running dry. It's starting to get real pathetic in here.
Members are standing behind them, that we're going to invest in Canadians, that we're going to invest in this country, that we're going to invest in our workers, and that we're going to invest in our industry, Mr. Speaker, and that we're going to prepare Canada to be the best prepared to be able to deal with our U.S. friends. Mr. Speaker, this is the time where we show that we're all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
So I'll ask again in French. Les gens de la misère.
People are having a very hard time paying for groceries. Young people can't find affordable housing. And beyond that, we have the threat of Trump's tariffs. And that's putting hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada in danger. And instead of dealing with issues that are important for Canadians, the Prime Minister is dealing with fighting in his own party. It's clear that the Prime Minister cannot continue. Will he resign today, yes or no?
Oh my God, Jagmeet.
Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this isn't a time for jokes. This isn't a time for partisanship. It's certainly not a time for conservative slogans, Mr. Speaker.
Jagmeet just asked if Trudeau would resign. I actually can't believe this man right now.
To invest in Canada, to defend our workers, to invest in our industry. And Mr. Speaker, I call on all members of this House to do their civic duty to work for the good of Canada so that we can face the incoming American administration. Mr. Speaker, today we are all Canadians. Let's work together.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader is absolutely right. This cannot continue. This Prime Minister cannot go on like this. Housing costs have doubled. Food bank use has doubled. The debt has doubled. Gun crime has doubled. And now we face troubling tariff threats from a president who can see weakness coming from a mile away. The Prime Minister must leave this job, but there's only one person who can remove him, and that's the leader of the NDP. Will he put the country ahead of his pension and vote for a carbon tax election now?
No, he won't. I don't know why anybody believes he would. He's proven time and time again that he does not care about the country. Jagmeet is a liar. Bottom line, he's a liar. And Darth Fungus has muted the microphone, ladies and gentlemen. If you are here right now, you are joining in the middle of question period. It's a pretty heated one today. Freeland resigned. The finance minister is a nobody, one of the million of Randys that are out there. It's a disaster. Karina running defense, trying to save her skin.
Prime Minister has lost control. The Prime Minister's own deputy quit just hours before her economic statement, all of a sudden saying, Canadians know when we're focused on ourselves, and describing a newfound disdain for costly political gimmicks. Those are her quotes. Right. This after her own political rival, Mark Carney, wrote the fall economic statement full of things that she didn't want to present. The old boys club isn't in charge. Canadians are. Right. And it's time for credible leadership in the seriousness of this moment, not the fake feminism of this phony Prime Minister. It's time for Canadians to decide. So will anyone or everyone over there finally agree?
Yeah. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, we are looking forward today to presenting the fall economic statement that is going to have a series of...
And as I said earlier, Freeland was looking extra forward to delivering that statement, which is why she resigned.
United united as Canadians to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect the Canadian economy, protect Canadian jobs, and to stand up for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, they can't even stand by each other. Hours before delivering the fiscal update, the finance minister resigned. She lost confidence in the prime minister. Last night, the failed housing minister and the worst immigration minister in the history of this country also resigned. A couple of Randys, and now they're up to 9 ministers that need to be replaced. He's lost control of the government. The party of backroom boys is over. The backbench should look up from their laptops, and the NDP leader shouldn't be the only one in this House with confidence in the prime minister. Present the statement and call a vote today.
Hear, hear.
Oh boy.
Again, I'm just going to, for the last time.
Why is Gold smiling? Gold had a very big smile on her face there.
I'm going to ask members once again to remind themselves.
They know they're cooked. This is like the Titanic. It's already hit the iceberg. It's about to break in half.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure who she's talking about, but I'm still here for now. I can guarantee you.
Oh, for now. Oh, buddy.
Who run for office in politics. There are people who want to do something, and there are people who want to be somebody. And I can tell you, on our side of the house, we want to do things. We want to build the houses to make sure families can afford to keep a roof over their heads. We want to make sure families can afford to keep their food on the table to feed their kids. We want to make sure people can find a job to go to that gives them a sense of pride and allows them to contribute to their communities. On the Conservative side, their guy has been writing essays about why he should be Prime Minister since he was a teenager.
Fraser sitting there defending the Titanic as it's halfway up in the air. People are sliding down the deck of the ship.
Minister, but she was fired. But to keep sweet and present their wildly overspent budget on Monday so that he and an unelected man, Mark Carbon Tax Carney, wouldn't have to take the blame for their broken budget. He then, unbothered, released a video of him making cinnamon buns to get the women folks vote. How can any woman in that caucus defend that man instead of calling for an election now?
Hear, hear.
Oh, I want some cinnamon buns. What the hell is this?
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't realize cinnamon buns were a gendered food, but what I would say is that her question says more about how that member and Conservative members view women in this country than anything else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Are facing violence in the streets. They can't afford groceries. They can't afford to buy presents for their kids for the holidays. They can't afford anything. Canadian women are far worse off under this fake feminist prime minister. And now he fired Canada's first female finance minister because she dared question him. That sounds pretty familiar. No strong women exist in that caucus. Why would any woman defend this man instead of calling for an election?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for that member opposite, but I think she's speaking from her own experience with the Leader of the official opposition when she said that she wasn't going to support him and then spent a year in the hinterlands, Mr. Speaker. But what I will say is that when it comes to actually doing things that support women, we have done that on this side of the House. Whether it's affordable childcare that is making it possible for hundreds of thousands of women to join the workforce, making contraceptions free, or the Canada Child Benefit that is helping families pay the bills. And what do Conservative members of Parliament do every time? They vote against them. So actions speak louder than words, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has lost control. He's lost control of the economy. He's lost control of immigration. He's lost control of so many files. And now he's lost control of the government. It's long past time for an election. This Prime Minister has sat too long here for any good that he has been doing. In the name of God, will he go to Rideau Hall, call an election, and end the chaos?
I can hear the band playing as the Titanic is slowly lifting up into the air. The people are screaming, the people being the Liberals.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, and as every member in this place knows, just because a Conservative member of Parliament wishes something does not mean that it actually happens. But what happened over the past couple of weeks, Mr. Speaker, is the government secured the confidence of this House. And the government does enjoy the confidence of this House, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we will be presenting the fall economic statement later today, which we look forward to sharing with Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. We're watching a historic moment here. The Deputy Prime Minister quit, saying that she disagreed with the Prime Minister on the path forward for Canada. The Deputy Prime Minister no longer has confidence in this Prime Minister to govern. Her lack of confidence is added to that of 8 other ministers. The Prime Minister can't claim to have the confidence of the people if he doesn't even have the confidence of his own ministers. Will he do the democratic thing and put his future in the hands of the people and call elections? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, I know that all of our colleagues want to work for Quebec and the entire country, Mr. Speaker. At a time like this, what Quebecers expect is not to hear fiery slogans, Mr. Speaker. They expect us to work together. This is a moment where we need to work together to prepare Quebec and Quebec's industry to face the American administration. We need to prepare Quebec and the rest of Canada to win in the 21st century economy, and I can tell all Quebecers that that's what we're doing on this side of the House. That's what we wake up and do every day, Mr. Speaker. We get up to serve Canadians. We want to be there for Quebecers and the whole country. We'll continue to do so. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. In 2020, the Prime Minister made Bill Morneau step down because he wasn't spending enough, and he put the current Deputy Prime Minister in his place. She has now quit because she wasn't spending enough. Imagine how much the third Finance Minister is going to have to spend to keep their job. They're going to have to go over to the NDP to find somebody who's ready to spend that much. Seriously, this is a disastrous economic statement. Will the Prime Minister resign? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers know that the Bloc likes to pick a fight, Mr. Speaker. But today, Mr. Speaker, the government is going to present a fall economic statement.
Francois does have a bit of worry in his eyes, doesn't he? He doesn't look like he's really on top of it today like he normally is.
Now, Mr. Speaker, what Quebecers and Canadians expect from everyone, and especially from the Bloc Québécois, is that we be there to defend their interests, that we be there for families, for seniors. That's exactly what we're doing on this side of the House, and I hope the Bloc will stand up and support the government, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The government is getting ready to table an economic update without a finance minister. Nobody, not even the Liberals, wants to wear this economic statement. It's the ultimate proof that we can't go forward with a $60 billion deficit just to offer political gimmicks. A deficit for measures that neither Quebecers nor businesses have asked for. Measures in this have been denounced by economists, including in the finance department. It's not surprising that nobody in the Liberal Party wants to be responsible for it. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing and stop with these measures? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, we want to move forward. If the Bloc wants to go backwards, that's up to them. But on this side, we're going to go forward, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because families in Quebec, Mr. Speaker, who are watching us, need a government that's there for them, that's there for dental care, for kids, for seniors, for industry, for Quebec, for Canada. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we'll continue to fight. We will continue to fight every day for all Canadians because the country deserves that we be there to stand up for it, Mr. Speaker. I would invite members to please not take the floor when other members have been recognized by the Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows it. The Prime Minister has lost control. He's lost control of immigration. He's lost control of the cost of housing. He's lost control of his caucus. And finally, he's lost control of public spending. And he's lost the confidence of his Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. The Prime Minister has caused a huge amount of damage for Canada. We know it. Most Canadians know it. But, you know, now it's time to say enough. Can the Prime Minister please take his responsibility and call an election today? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, the government later today will be presenting its economic plan. It's a solid plan for Canadians, which will ensure fairness, it will ensure good jobs, and it will continue to make sure that Canadians' economic interests are...
Oh, Timu Dan Aykroyd is worried.
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe that the minister believes the words he's saying. We know that this doesn't make any sense. The finance minister quit this morning because of this. She knows that none of this makes any sense. And the finance minister said that given the threat that we're facing, the way that we do it, that we deal with that will define us for a generation. We know that Canadians are smart. Will the Prime Minister call an election today? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. It's time, Mr. Speaker, to put that partisanship aside and to rally as Canadians together, because Canada will have to face a protectionist threat from the other side of the border. And we are preparing for that, Mr. Speaker. We will have a solid plan, and I hope that we will be able to count on that member and his party when Canada will face that threat. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, what's happening is serious and it's unprecedented. The Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, quit just a few hours before the fall economic statement. It's just a bomb that's gone off, because even in the United States and around the world, people are talking about this, and in a bad way for Canada. That's the reality that we're looking at today, Mr. Speaker. The former Finance Minister said no more than $40 billion of deficit. The Prime Minister pushed her aside to listen to Mark Carney. Will the Minister of Industry please tell us what Mark Carney's deficit will be when it's presented in 2 hours?
That was so dramatic, that camera pan over and the slight zoom in. Holy.
Respect for the member for Louis Saint Laurent.
I think the House of Commons has upped their budget.
We will be presenting the fall economic statement later today, Mr. Speaker. A fall economic statement that'll be there for families. It's an economic statement that'll be there for workers, an economic statement that'll be there for industry, but also, Mr. Speaker, an economic statement that'll be important. And we're expecting that the Conservatives will be ready to support it so that we can face the threat from the United States, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect better than slogans, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect actions. Will the Conservatives have the courage to defend Canada and to vote with the government to prepare Canada for the future, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard that Liberals are a shiver looking for a spine to crawl up, and we're seeing this play out in real time as they've let postal workers and, in fact, all workers down.
You voted them back in.
CEOs got bonus after bonus.
You allowed them to stay in power, Lindsay.
To its workers. This government continues to betray people and cave to corporate interests.
And you've helped them.
As a former Deputy Prime Minister said, Canadians know when their government is not working for them, but working for themselves. New Democrats know where we stand. We stand up for workers every
yeah, you stand up directly behind Trudeau and you hold him up as his government continues to fall.
Mr. Speaker, Canada went through a 4-week postal strike where letter carriers, who we do thank for their service to Canadians and who I know we all have deep affinity for, were out for a very long time. Not only the government, but the Canada Industrial Relations Board has judged there to be a fundamental impasse in the negotiations. We have found an imaginative way forward, a way to get a...
most people that have never seen Question Period tune in and laugh at the absolute joke it is. It's like they actually go out of their way to make it kind of entertaining to some degree. I don't know why.
Mr. Speaker, they are not listening. The former Deputy Prime Minister said it best today. Canadians know when the government is working for them, or for themselves.
And
Well, the
you've
Liberals
backed
have
Trudeau
made it clear where their
again.
focus lies. The Minister of Labour's out-of-touch response last week to postal workers
And you're out of touch with Canadians as you've posted up behind Trudeau again.
wages. People are tired of the Liberals and
I'm sorry, guys. I'm just going to talk over the NDP consistently because they really have nothing of value to add to the conversation. I'm not going to mute them fully, but I'm just going to talk over them.
The Honourable Minister of Labour and for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, as that member well knows, postal workers and Canada Post were struggling to find a path forward at the negotiating table. It had gone on for 4 weeks. Canadians were, quite rightly, whether they were in Indigenous or remote communities, whether they were small business persons, whether they were people expecting medicines, Mr. Speaker, we were being pressed to act. We found an imaginative way forward with an industrial inquiry commission. We will ensure that Canada Post operates for the holidays, Mr. Speaker, and we're glad that we did.
Good.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about something that's on everybody's mind.
What's that, Ben?
And that is the Canadian Dental Care Plan. Mr. Speaker, 1 out of 4 Canadians skipped a visit to the dentist because of the cost. But thanks to the Canadian Dental Care Plan, more than 1 million Canadians now receive that care, and every day that number...
Well, Ben, over 2.5 million Canadians are lined up at the food bank, and that number continues to increase daily. So congratulations with your dental care, but you're not really doing much of anything anywhere else. And it's kind of hard to use those nice clean teeth when you don't have any food to eat.
Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Minister for Diversity and Inclusion.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Dental Care Plan is already saving Canadians an average more than $730 per year. This will help almost 200,000 persons living with disabilities access dental care. Mr. Speaker, we know this is making a huge difference in the lives of people on the ground. We also know, Mr. Speaker, dental care is health care, and we will continue to make sure Canadians are getting the support that they need. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
This week, Prime Minister has lost control. Carbon tax Carney wrote the fiscal update, filled it with poison pills, so he could blame the finance minister while pushing her off the fiscal cliff, so he can take her job and eventually the Prime Minister's job. The finance minister figured out the plan, so she...
Hey, Carbon Tax Carney did say he thought about running for PM. He's thinking about it.
If the Prime Minister's own caucus and cabinet don't have confidence in him, even though the leader of the NDP does, why should Canadians?
You tell him.
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, in a moment where Canadians are looking for leadership, the Conservative asking the question can only come up with names to lobby towards his political opponents.
Colleagues.
Colleagues, it is very important for us to just hear the question and hear the answer. The Honourable Minister, from the start.
From the top.
Sadly, from the
Mr. Speaker,
top.
the very best that the Conservatives can offer to this conversation is name-calling, mudslinging, not solutions to the problems that Canadians are facing. When I talk to people at home, they want their governments to be focusing on creating good jobs to make sure people can afford to put food on the table. They want to make sure that governments are advancing policies to invest in health care and housing. They want to make sure we're doing more to protect the environment. Every time we put policies on the table to accomplish these ends, the Conservatives throw their hands up in the air, vote against, and just sling mud towards their opponents. That is not what people in my community want. It is not what Canadians deserve. We're going to advance solutions that introduce real and meaningful changes that will benefit people who live in this country.
I can think of a change that would benefit people in this country. It's called an election.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
He's right. After 9 years of that incompetent minister and the Prime Minister, Canadians are looking for leadership. Carbon tax Carney's Canadian comeback fueled a fiscal feud for the former finance minister. Carney wrote the fiscal update, pushed insane inflationary spending, and brought in the 2-month tax trick while trying to blame the finance minister for taking Canada's finances off a cliff. Will he stop passing the blame on to women in his caucus and call a carbon tax election now so common sense Conservatives can give the power back to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I was wrong before when I said all they had was name calling. Apparently they have alliteration as well. But Mr. Speaker, that is not going to put food on the table for people who need it in my community or his. It is not going to put a roof over the head of people who are vulnerable in this country. Mr. Speaker, if he wants to make this argument about whether women will be supported, I wonder if he has ever approached the leader of the Conservative Party about using hashtags to specifically attract the attention of men who hate women to support him online. I wonder if he's asked questions about why he's cancelled the investigation as to who was behind it, or perhaps it's because he knows it was the Conservative leader himself.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, everything is out of control. Home prices have doubled. Food bank use is seeing 2 million users in a single month. And the real fiscal advisor to this Prime Minister wrote the financial update for this afternoon. It included a temporary 2-month tax trick and is set to smash through the massive $40 billion.
Bro, after 9 years, Christia Freeland couldn't even take it anymore, and she's getting paid.
Saying that she doesn't have confidence in this Prime Minister. Now, they can't tell us how much they've spent. They can't tell us who's in charge. How can anyone have confidence in this Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives seem to know the cost of everything but the value of nothing. They do not see value in investing in childcare, which has not only reduced costs for families, but led to the largest increase in women's participation in the labour force in the history of this country. They don't seem to believe there is value in investing in social housing, in public housing, in affordable housing, so everyone in this country can have a roof over their head. They don't believe in the value of the Canada Child Benefit, which is ensuring middle-class families in this country can put food on the table. So before he continues to sling mud and arrows on this side of the House, he perhaps should look inward and ask why he is not even allowed to advocate on behalf of his community, because his leader has said that's just not in order.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Yeah, we talk about having confidence. This is coming from a minister who said just today that he's not going to continue to serve in the cabinet of that Prime Minister. Just like the finance minister who said she doesn't have confidence, or the 7 other ministers over there, or the 1 in 5 Liberal MPs who said they don't have confidence in this NDP Liberal Prime Minister who broke housing, who broke immigration, who broke our finances in this country. These Liberals talk about costs, but they have absolutely no idea how much they've spent. No government has ever spent so much to achieve as little as this government has. We know why the NDP leader has confidence in this Prime Minister. It's for his pension. But why should Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and
Mr.
Communities.
Speaker, my honourable colleague is right about one thing. I did announce this morning that I'm not going to be seeking re-election. But I can tell you, if he thinks that's a matter of confidence, I can tell him it's that I have confidence. I am going to be the best father to my kids that I could possibly be over the rest of my life. And that is what is most important to me. But Mr. Speaker, while I have the floor, I should say thank you for the opportunity to engage in the tete-a-tete over the years. This may be one of the last opportunities that I have, and I want to use it to make this point. Canadians want governments to invest to increase the quality of life that they get to enjoy. We seem not to be able to agree on that basic tenet. On this side of the House, we will put measures in place to support families, not advocate for cuts.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I would like to quote the Deputy Prime Minister: "Canadians know when we're working for them, and they know when we're focusing on ourselves." Mr. Speaker, she's right. 71% of Quebecers believe that the GST vacation and the Prime Minister's cheque are electioneering measures. Democracy loses out as a whole when so many Quebecers believe that a Prime Minister is trying to buy them off. Will the Prime Minister finally realise that there is a limit to putting Liberal priorities ahead of the common good? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, we have no lessons to learn from the Bloc Québécois. If the Bloc were truly here for Quebecers, they would vote for their best interests. For months, the Bloc is contributing to the Conservative tactics of blocking Parliament to stop bills that would make Quebec a better place. Instead of trying to squabble, can the Bloc finally go beyond squabbles and actually work for Quebecers to allow this Parliament to function? Quebecers expect better from the Bloc, and will always be here on this side of the House to defend Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The Deputy Prime Minister's resignation confirms that the Prime Minister has gone too far in pushing for Liberal measures at all costs. She has confirmed that the Prime Minister is no longer legitimate. He cannot move forward with a full economic update without a finance minister. She confirms that the Prime Minister cannot continue to govern without a new plebiscite from the people. The Deputy Prime Minister has confirmed all of this. Will the Prime Minister finally trigger an election? The Honourable Minister for Labour. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois simply rejects economic updates without having read it. That's why they voted against the Canada childcare benefit. That's why they voted against our dental plan for Canadians. And many Quebecers are benefiting from these programs. They voted against the Guaranteed Income Supplement. They systematically vote against all assistance for Quebecers. So we shouldn't be surprised that the Bloc, once again, is rejecting our measures that will help Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Regina-Capel.
Carbon tax Carney is the Prime Minister's official economic advisor, and his plan was always to push out the Finance Minister and take her place. Let's look at his advice so far. He forced her to bring in the GST tax trick. Carney also forced through insane inflationary spending, smashing through that $40 billion guardrail. Carney's economic plan is so bad, the Finance Minister resigned in protest rather than humiliate herself into reading his homework. Now nobody knows who the Finance Minister is. Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Why won't the Prime Minister do the only honourable thing left and let Canadians decide for themselves in a carbon tax election?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another day, another attack against Canadians from the Conservative Party of Canada. Anytime someone steps up who disagrees with their vision for Canada, what do? Personal attacks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better.
Every day you're in office is a personal attack.
Members of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina-Capel.
The attacks on this government's economic record are coming from inside the Liberals' own cabinet, Mr. Speaker. And it looks more and more like Carbon Tax Carney's plan to push out the Prime Minister is working as well, too. For Carbon Tax Carney, it's always been profits over people. Look at his record. Since he became the top economic advisor to the PM, he's moved his own company's headquarters to New York City. He got caught unethically lobbying the UK government. And his firm Brookfield is now looking for $10 billion in taxpayers' money for a new investment fund, which would be managed by Brookfield, his own company. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better than this government in shambles. Why not call a carbon tax election and let Canadians decide for themselves?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the People's House, and in it we should be debating things that are pertinent to the administration.
I can't even hear her. She was so quiet.
Hear from the House Leader from the Conservative Party of Canada is attacks on Canadians.
There should be a decibel minimum in the House, a requirement.
Is not a cabinet minister. It is someone that they are attacking simply because they do not share their vision of Canada. Mr. Speaker, every single Canadian deserves better than what we hear from the opposition today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
The Prime Minister's lost control. Hours before delivering a fiscal update, the Finance Minister resigned, joining 1/5 of the Liberal caucus and saying she doesn't have confidence in the Prime Minister either. And there's only one person left keeping this Prime Minister in power, and that's the Leader of the NDP. The fall budget is scheduled to be tabled in 54 minutes, and we don't even know who the Finance Minister is. The Liberals' own cabinet order on succession states if it's not her, it's the Industry Minister, but he says he doesn't want to. So that means it's supposed to go to the disgraced member from Edmonton Centre. The question is, will the other Randy be Canada's next finance minister? And how much is he investing in fraud?
Oh boy. The Randy of Randy.
Again, I've asked members to please not do indirectly what they can't do directly by referring to a member by their first name. The Honourable Leader... Order!
Oh.
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Greg is angry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again,
He's an angry little lad.
all we see from Conservative members of Parliament is personal attacks and mudslinging against Canadians. Mr. Speaker, what we all need to be doing right
They literally used Freeland's statement against them, and they're sitting here complaining about it. My God, after they just clapped about her service, saying she did a fantastic job, and now when her own words get used against them, they are attacks.
For Halifax West.
Speaker, our government takes the safety of children seriously. That's why we put forward a comprehensive plan to bring Canada into the 21st century and change our online world, making it safer for kids and better for all. The Conservatives are blocking the plan and they're standing in the way of a better future for our kids online. Parents want the Online Harms Act. Experts want the Online Harms Act. Can the Minister of Justice explain why C-63 must be passed to keep our kids safe?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, last week I asked for unanimous consent to split the Online Harms Act and advance the child protection measures as soon as possible. Every single party got on board except for the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party said no to forcing the removal of child sexual abuse material from the internet. They said no to Amanda Todd's mother, Carol. They said no to Rehtaeh Parsons' mother and all the other parents who are begging us to act. While Conservative inaction keeps child sexual abuse material online, on this side of the House, the government will continue to fight for victims, parents and kids to keep them safe.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. The Prime Minister has completely lost the plot. He's lost control of immigration, of our borders, of public finances. He's also lost the confidence of 20 or 40 members of his caucus. He's lost the confidence and trust of his right-hand woman, the former Minister of Finance. The Prime Minister has lost everything. Will he finally let go and trigger an election so that Canadians can take back control of their future? The Honourable Minister for Immigration. For Innovation, rather. Mr. Speaker, I am not a new Minister of...
Maybe he is a frog. He kind of just blew up like one right there.
For the Conservatives today, what the government...
He was about to croak.
An economic update that will be here to invest in Canadians, invest in industry, invest in our workers. But, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen today during question period is deplorable. Canadians who are watching us today expect better from the official opposition. Now is the time to work together to defend our country, to be ready for the next US administration. It's disappointing to see that the opposition is playing political games on a day like today.
He does this weird little lip lick every time he finishes speaking. He's like a lizard frog. It's so fucking strange, man.
The Minister for Innovation. The Minister is out of control. His former right-hand woman was very striking in her letter. We have to preserve our fiscal capacity against the United States. It's pursuing a policy of aggressive economic nationalism. We need to recognize the gravity of the moment. The situation is dire. Canadians need to work. So what do we need? The Honourable Minister for Labour and Seniors. Mr. Speaker, it's not by shouting slogans that this member will claim to create unity in our country. Our government has a serious plan to move forward. We will through our full economic statement, provide for prosperity for all Canadians, and we will be here to protect Canadians against any potential threat.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
The Prime Minister is spiraling so bad, and his obsession for power is dangerous. It's actually dangerous, and it is killing people every day. In Peterborough, and the Peterborough and area families are suffering the greatest rates of food insecurity ever recorded. Do you know what food insecurity means, Mr. Speaker? Starvation, hunger, children. Enough. This is as serious as it gets. The finance minister quit hours before she was supposed to do this, and she doesn't have confidence in this prime minister. No one does. This man is a disgrace, and we need an election now.
Whoa! Fighting words. Let's go. Let's go. What do you got to say about that one, Karina?
Judicious in referring to any member in this place. Order. Order. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we've made investments to ensure that Canadians, including those in Peterborough-Kawartha, have the support that they need, whether that be through affordable childcare, whether that be through an HST holiday, Mr. Speaker. The people of Peterborough-Kawartha can rely on us, can know that we on this side of the House will fight for them when their Member of Parliament will do everything they can to oppose these supports.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, children in Canada are just not safe online. Our government wants to join the many countries that have now adopted online safety regulations. Yet the Conservatives are preventing our Online Harms Act from moving forward. In fact, shockingly, they're blocking our efforts to remove child sex abuse material from the internet. How disgusting. Can the Justice Minister please describe the importance of Bill C-63 to parents and children and explain why Canadians so urgently need this law now?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Wow, that law is so clearly important that everybody just needed to talk over you while you talked about it. That makes a lot of sense.
That will remove child sex abuse material.
Her own party doesn't even listen to her when she was speaking there. Like, nobody takes these people serious.
The safety of our kids. They don't stand with parents. Amanda Todd's mother, Carol, said she's been waiting 12 years for this type of change. We need to pass this legislation to do right by Carol and every other parent of every other child who suffered abuse online. The question for Canadians and for that party is, will they stand with us and keep kids safe? Yes.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
The Marriage After 60 pension clause is dated, sexist, and unfair. All parties agree it should be eliminated.
And you voted for Trudeau again?
Have sat on their hands and let veterans and their spouses
I bet you do a lot of
down.
sitting, Rachel.
The Liberals' former deputy leader said it best. Canadians can tell when the government is focused on themselves and not on real people.
And you helped them.
And
you helped them get right back into power. You helped them get right back into power there. Yep.
Sexist clause.
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question and also to take a moment to thank the members of the Canadian Armed Forces for their service.
It's Edna Mode.
When a person serves in the military, we all recognize that their family serves with them. Our government is sensitive to the situation of widowed spouses who have married veterans after the age of 60. And our government is committed to improving and supporting members of their family as we move forward. Thank you so much.
My God, give her the round frames and it's game over.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my last question in 2024, I think of the IPCC report. I'm sorry.
Yes, I mean, colleagues, really. I'd like to just hear the Honourable Member. She's at the far end of the room. It's difficult for me to hear. and I would like her to please start again. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my last question in 2024, I think of the IPCC sixth assessment report that if we do not globally reduce emissions dramatically, peak before and see dramatic reductions at the latest, this is a quote, at the latest before 2025, we will shoot way past the Paris Agreement targets, way past 2 degrees Celsius, and face climate disaster. I think of the words in that film, The Age of Stupid. What were we thinking to avoid the opportunity to save ourselves when we had the chance? Can the honourable minister give us any excuse, but perhaps this question period answers its own question?
Oh, it looked like she was about to backhand the air there.
Climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable colleague for her question. I would like to remind her that everything we've done since we've been in power in 2015 has meant a 43% decline in emissions in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Greenhouse gas emissions are at their lowest level in 25 years, 27 years, in fact, Mr. Speaker. Our plan is working. We're helping the economy, we're creating jobs, and we're fighting pollution.
All right.
Tabling of documents.
The honourable Parliament.
Alrighty, tabling of documents, guys. Within the next 40 minutes, we should hear the deficit.
36.8a. I have the honour to table in both official languages.
Ask all colleagues, please, to leave the chamber
colleagues,
quietly
please.
so that I can hear what the honourable members depositing.
I do have a few things I'd like to say that are very wonderful about the future. Ready to go? Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 46 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I truly have the honour today, as we get into the end of 2024, to present in both official languages the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, entitled Canada's Supply Chain and Expanded International Trade, Challenges and Measures for 2024 and as we move into the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th interim report of the Special Committee on the Canada-China People's Republic of China relationship, entitled Canada's Indo-Pacific Strategy 2 years later. Our diplomatic, economic and military presence is valued in the region, and we're making investments in long-term relationships that will be very beneficial for Canada and that region in years to come. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report.
The honourable member for Mississauga Malton.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to the motion adopted on October 23rd, 2023 regarding the growing problem of car thefts in Canada. Thank you very much.
I understand that the official opposition is going to be presenting a dissenting report. The honourable member from Kildone and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to put on the record that Conservatives of Public Safety Committee have included a dissenting report on the Public Safety National Security Committee auto theft report. We heard a lot of testimony from police that this government's soft on crime measures have increased auto thefts in this country. We need tougher bail measures. We need tougher criminal code sentencing penalties for those responsible for auto theft. Conservatives have brought forward repeated measures to do so, voted down by this Liberal government. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker, and we've reflected this in our dissenting report, that the only way we're going to get less auto thefts in this country is if a Conservative majority government comes into power and brings in those criminal code changes to toughen up our measures and ensure the people responsible for stealing cars are put behind bars. That's what's going to happen if a Conservative government comes into power. We've reflected this in our dissenting report, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to contribute that to the public safety report on auto thefts. Thank you.
All right, Greg has muted the mic briefly. Yes, I appreciate each and every single one of you for being here right now. Make sure you hit that like button, hit that sub button if you are new, and turn the notification bell on to all if you haven't already. We are currently waiting for the final countdown to begin to receive the deficit amount. How bad is it truly? They had $40 billion. And supposedly they have gone way, way over. North of 60 billion, apparently. So, I guess we'll see.
First of all, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 17th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, entitled Supplementary Estimates B, 2024-25, Votes 1B and 5B, under Department of Veterans Affairs. And the second report, Mr. Speaker.
To present in both official languages the 18th report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, entitled The Persian Gulf War Was a War. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the honourable member. I believe that the official opposition will present a dissenting report.
The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table this supplementary report with the House to ensure that the voices of veterans are heard. Over the course of the study in the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, we heard from many different veterans, particularly from veterans who served in the war in Afghanistan, who continue to be ignored and disrespected by this Liberal government. The committee agreed to study the designation of wartime service, which extends beyond just veterans who fought in the Persian Gulf War. In fact, even veterans who fought in the Persian Gulf raised this point several times. Yet the report tabled in the committee completely neglected to mention even a single veteran who fought in Afghanistan. Veterans put their lives on the line in combat and graciously agreed to travel to Ottawa and share their experiences with the committee, so we owe it to them to include the wisdom they shared with us. Mr. Speaker, Common Sense Conservatives want to make it clear that we are listening to veterans, and we won't let this Liberal government and their NDP allies to continue to ignore their concerns. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Baker, seconded by Mr. Maloney, moves that Bill C-276, an act respecting Ukrainian Heritage Month, be now read a first time. The honourable member.
Ukrainian Heritage Month.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce in this House Bill S-276, an act respecting Ukrainian Heritage Month. This bill has passed the Senate, and if passed here in the House, the bill will declare September of every year Ukrainian Heritage Month.
Oh my God.
For co-sponsoring this bill with me, and I hope members of all parties will support this bill. The first Ukrainian immigrants to Canada came on September 7th, 1891, and today there are approximately 1.4 million Canadians of Ukrainian descent. They have made an important impact on our country. It spans coast to coast to coast, whether that be economic, social, political, or economic life. At the same time, Canada has welcomed and supported Ukrainian Canadians. Canada was the first country to recognize Ukraine's independence. Canada has...
Great, we just gave Ukraine a whole month to celebrate their heritage here in Canada. Holy shit, we are celebrating another country's history in our own country. We're not even Canada anymore. What's the point of raising the flag? What's the point of having borders? What's the point in saying that you're Canadian? When Trudeau removes Terry Fox from the passport, when they continue to pass shit like this in our country that has nothing to do with being Canadian. If you come here, you are Canadian. Cut and dry. If you want to be Ukrainian, then go back to Ukraine. I don't know what to tell you.
Motions. Motion. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député d'Algoma, Manitoulin.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
I stand once again in this House to table a petition signed by residents of Wikwimikong unceded
Territory and surrounding area, calling on the Government of Canada to assist in the funding required to build a new elders facility in Wikwemikong. The petitioners note that they have received funding from the Government of Ontario, CMHC, and from community members, but there is a funding shortfall of $20 million. They draw to the Government of Canada's
Oh no, watch Carol beg for more money.
Facilities largely in the Indigenous community of Moosonee, a long-term care home for Mohawks of Quinte.
I'm gonna beg for more money while you vote Trudeau back into power.
They add that the current facility in Wikwemikong has reached the end of its life expectancy, and it's vital for the community to ensure that elders can stay in their community to not only share their knowledge and experience with younger generations and remain close to their families, but also not to be subjected to another era of assimilation. Mr. Speaker, I have one more petition. Actually, there's several of these petitions. So I stand to table a petition signed by residents of Northern Ontario who are calling on the House of Commons to recognize the impact that reducing the number of electoral districts in the region following the report of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission will have on their electoral representation. They ask that the federal government modify the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act to ensure that the number of electoral districts in Northern Ontario are maintained at 10. The petitioners also ask that this House respect the Supreme Court of Canada's 1991 Carter decision that states effective representation and good government in this country compel that factors other than voter parity, such as geography and community of interest, be taken into account in setting electoral boundaries. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Nipoa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 56th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is struggling with the rising rate of crime in their area. Statistics Canada reports that after 9 years of this Liberal government, violent crime has risen by 50% and gang-related homicides have nearly doubled. Within the last 5 years, the crime severity index in Swan River has increased by over 50%. According to the RCMP, 4 individuals in Swan River alone were responsible for 309 total offences, 53 of which were violent offences over the course
53 violent offenses, and they're let back out again.
Jail, not bail, for
Awesome.
repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that
Maybe after like 79 violent offenses, we'll actually take some action. But for now, I think 54 is okay. It's an okay number. You know? We're in double digits. The numbers are soaring, but it's only 50. It's only in the mid-50s, you know? Wait until it gets to like the late 80s. Wait until he hits almost 100 violent crimes. Maybe then we'll do something.
In affordable housing for decades, and predatory landlords have been able to take advantage of the vulnerabilities. The average rent in Coquitlam, in my riding of Coquitlam, for a 2-bedroom apartment has reached $2,900. Corporate landlords are increasingly using rent evictions and demo-evictions to demolish affordable housing. So the undersigned ask for the government to impose a moratorium on rent evictions and other forms of displacing tenants, invest in affordable housing, nonprofit and co-op housing, and stop providing billions of dollars in handouts to corporate landlords who are buying up existing affordable housing, evicting people, and raising.
But Billy Idol, you helped keep the Liberal government in power, so all those things you want changed are not going to change.
I table a petition of individuals in Canada that are very much concerned about foreign interference. They make reference to issues of murder, extortion, political interference, and what they're calling for, Mr. Speaker, is that the leader of the Conservative Party get the security clearance that's necessary so that he can actually be more aware in terms of the degree.
Kevin, they've given him a briefing on this exact issue that you are calling him out for. They've given him information. He already has the information, Kevin. This has been reported everywhere. It was reported last week. Come on, buddy. Get up to date. Get up to times, Kevin.
Albert Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition.
Christ, even Trudeau himself said that the government agencies were going to come out and brief Pierre, and they did. And they're still asking for him to get briefed. My God.
Underlying disorder Petitioners note that vulnerable persons would be put at unique risk because it is difficult, if not impossible, to determine irremediability, meaning persons who could get better could have their lives prematurely ended, and secondly, that it is difficult, if not impossible, to distinguish between a rational request for aid and one motivated by suicidal ideation, where the request is in the context of sole underlying mental illness.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
I rise today to table two petitions. The first is with regards to 500 concerned citizens and workers from across Canada. They are calling on the government to take immediate action to protect workers from the growing misuse of non-disclosure agreements, or NDAs, in the case of harassment, violence, and discrimination. NDAs are increasingly used to force workers into silence, preventing them from seeking help or speaking out about mistreatment and misconduct in the workplace. This is increasingly true for workers in low-wage or precarious employment situation. The petitioners calls for legislation that would ban the misuse of NDAs by the federal government and federally funded agencies unless specifically requested by a worker who has received legal advice on alternative ways to protect their privacy. This is a crucial step to protect workers, especially those in vulnerable situations, and ensure they are not silenced or forced to live in fear. I urge all members to support this petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my second petition, Mr. Speaker, is actually a good news story. It's supporting, again, the calling of the banning of nuclear waste management organization in South Bruce. Despite the fact that we have had a good positive decision as of November 28th, the final decision was made to actually choose an alternative location in Northern Ontario for nuclear waste disposal. The petitioners still want this government to have a proper process in place. The petitioners are concerned about the transportation, processing, burial, and abandonment of close to 1,200 tons of nuclear waste that would remain radioactive for 100,000 years. And they are calling for this to be actually reviewed and mandated through legislation and through law, because the process that was taken through South Bruce was dysfunctional for the community. And again, Mr. Speaker, the community has fought back and won this fight for themselves and their families and the future of our country, and protecting the Great Lakes waterway, which has been asked for repeatedly over these number of years. Thank you.
Okay. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country, followed by the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to table the petition on behalf of residents from Kelowna Lake Country and surrounding region. And to summarize, the residents state that due to bureaucratic impediment to passport issuance and unavailable consular services to many Ukrainians, Ukrainians under QET cannot apply for the open work permit extension, as many temporary resident status is linked to passport validity. And as Ukrainians cannot return to Ukraine due to the war without a passport, without a valid work permit, they become undocumented residents without a legal authorization to work or study in Canada. So the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to resolve the situation with work permit extensions for Ukrainians in Canada whose passports have expired or are expiring in 2025 or 2026, and allow displaced Ukrainians who came to Canada under QET to continue working in Canada legally for another 3 years, regardless of their Ukrainian passport validity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to be able to stand before Christmas and table 3 petitions in the House of Commons today. The first is Canadians that are concerned about the politicization of charitable status that was promised by the Liberal Party in the 2021 election. Canadians are very concerned about that and have signed a petition accordingly. And Mr. Speaker, it's interesting because the next 2 petitions that I table are brought forward by are issues that are important to constituents but are actually on both sides of a particular issue when it comes to energy development and how to take meaningful action on the environment. But Mr. Speaker, as we know, this is a place where we can have those conversations, and it is an honour to, on behalf of constituents, table both of these petitions, although from different perspectives on issues related to the environment today. And because I'm on my feet and this may be the last chance, Mr. Speaker, I simply wish you and all members of Parliament and all Canadians a very Merry Christmas.
Thank the honourable member, and Merry Christmas to him as well. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, I have 2 petitions to present today. The first is from Prince Edward Islanders that are concerned about pharmacare. They point out that healthcare is a human right and that age, income, pre-existing conditions, province of territory, and immigration status should not determine their ability to pay. They call on Parliament to immediately pass legislation for a public, single-payer, universal pharmacare program, as outlined in the Advisory Council on Implementing National Pharmacare in its 2019 report. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is on the subject of parental alienation and the use of this pseudo-theory in divorce and child custody cases. This is something that is commonly invoked when domestic violence is reported on the part of a custodial parent. It's an unfounded and dangerous theory, and sometimes causes courts to lose sight of the best interests of the child and make decisions focused on parental rights and to trivialize domestic violence. The United Nations has actually spoken out on this through a special rapporteur. The Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls has urged governments to prohibit family courts from using parental alienation pseudo-theory. And that is exactly what the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to do. That is to amend the Divorce Act to prohibit parental alienation accusations in family disputes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are wondering when the NDP will finally stop propping up the Liberal government. But I'll get to my petition. The petition comes from the residents of Skeena-Bulkley Valley that states, the government has attempted to ban and seize the hunting rifles and shotguns of millions of Canadians. The targeting of farmers and hunters does not fight crime, and the government has failed those who participate in the Canadian traditions of sport shooting. Therefore, we call on the Government of Canada to stop any and all current and future bans on hunting and sport shooting firearms. And today, Mr. Speaker, I present this petition because the NDP Member of Parliament for Skeena-Bulkley Valley won't.
The honourable member from Hamilton. That's not even. I would like to recognize the honourable member from Hamilton Centre who is rising on a point of order. He'll have to take it from his seat. The honourable member from Hamilton Centre is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, you know full well that when presenting petitions, they are not to be political, and the language that he's using, I ask him to call and withdraw when it comes to referencing other members of the House for a petition, because if it's not in his petition, he does not have the ability to reference that.
And indeed,
this guy had more drive and motivation to stand up on a point of order than to stand up for Canadians. Just shows how the NDP actually work.
When honourable members present petitions, it should be regarding petition. We're not supposed to offer an opinion for or against the petition, but to just present it on behalf of their constituents or other constituents. I'm going to ask the honourable member just to withdraw those, to say that he's going to withdraw those comments and then to continue finishing off presenting his petition. So the honourable member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even though it is factual what I said, their MP won't present the petition.
No, I'm gonna just ask the honourable member, please, from just to simply withdraw those comments. No further editorial comment is required.
In respect to the Speaker, I'll withdraw.
The honourable member is finished presenting his petitions. Thank you. The honourable member from Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege to present two petitions here today. The first one comes from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about sexually explicit material online. The consumption of sexually explicit material by young people is associated with a wide range of serious harms, including the development of addiction, the reinforcement of gender stereotypes, and the development of attitude favorable to harassment and violence, including sexual harassment and sexual violence, particularly against women. Parliament has recognized these harmful effects and the increasing accessibility of sexually explicit material online for young people, and they see that as an important part of public health and public safety concern. The folks that have signed this petition are calling on the Government of Canada to recognize a 2017 study by the Standing Committee on Health, and they call on the House of Commons and the government to adopt Bill S-210, the Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. The second petition I have to present, Mr. Speaker, comes from Canadians from across the country who want to raise the awareness about the hashtag Trudeau must go. It has been a top trending hashtag on Twitter.
I know, again, members cannot do indirectly what they cannot do directly. And so I'm going to ask the honourable member, even when you're quoting and referring to a member who is sitting in the House, that they would have to make sure that they don't quote that name. The honourable member from Peace River Westlaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second petition I have to present comes from Canadians from across the country who want to recognize a particular hashtag that has been trending on Twitter about the Prime Minister must go. This has been a top trending hashtag, and more than 500,000 people have retweeted this hashtag. They have described their concerns around the Prime Minister and including his divisive comments and attitudes towards Canadians who have made different health decisions. They also note that the Prime Minister has passed laws, including Bill C-48 and C-69, the No More Pipelines bills, which canceled many energy projects and drove away investment through their excessive regulations. They also note that this Prime Minister has generated more debt than all previous Canadian governments combined. And they also want this government to axe the tax. They note that the carbon tax continues to drive up prices and punish Canadians who have to drive to work or to school or to get groceries. They also note this serious lack of ethics by this Prime Minister. They note the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the Billionaire Island scandal, the Weed Charity scandal, the $6,000 a night hotel scandal, and the multi-million-dollar Arrive scam app. They are concerned also with his inaction on foreign interference. Therefore, the folks that have signed this petition call on the government, or call on the Prime Minister to resign from office and call a carbon tax election. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member. Took it almost right to the second. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has 7 seconds to present his petition.
Please table this petition on behalf of Canadians who are outraged by this government's attack on natural health products, and they call on the House to pass the excellent private member's bill from my colleague from Red Deer.
That was a Christmas gift. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I would like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
Inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
All right, guys. Roughly 15 minutes. Oh, boy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. 3145, 3146, 3148, 3149, 3153, and 3159. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if the government's responses to questions number 3147, 3150 to 3152, 3154 to 3158, and 3160 could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And Mr. Speaker, I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Thank the Honourable Member. I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Member for Regina Capel to rise and make a brief intervention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've been in this place now for almost 20 years, over 20 years. I've never seen a situation like this before. Today is the day that the government waited to table the fall economic update, where they would publish the true deficit numbers that Canadians will be on the hook for. As you know, the finance minister resigned this morning. It's unclear. There are some media reports indicating that there may be a replacement now, but at the time of the writing of this letter, it wasn't even clear who the finance minister was. All this at a time when Canadians are facing an emergency situation. They're facing the fastest rate of inflation in over a generation. Food inflation, food prices rising 37% faster here in Canada than in the United States. They're facing a housing crisis that the Prime Minister caused by doubling housing, mortgage, and rent payments. 2 million Canadians are lining up at food banks. There are crime and chaos in our street, and now we have a government in shambles. By waiting until the second last day of the December sitting, the government was hoping to table the fall economic update and then run and hide for 6 weeks in the snow, depriving parliamentarians of holding this government to account for the very thing that Parliament exists for, to oversee government spending. Because of this situation, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in an unprecedented case where some new person is going to table the fall economic update. We believe, that's according to media reports, is still unclear. So it's unclear as to how the economic update will be presented. It's unclear as to whether or not any parliamentarians will be able to participate in any kind of a questioning of whichever minister ends up delivering it or tabling it, if they actually do. And then the House rises at the end of the day tomorrow for 6 weeks. Because of this unprecedented and emergency situation, I believe the best thing you can do to uphold the integrity of Parliament as an institution that exists to oversee, to scrutinize and approve government taxation and spending is to grant an emergency debate. So that's what my letter to you outlines. When you look at the situation that's facing Canada, threats from abroad, we've got 25% tariffs staring down the barrel of a gun pointed at us by a U.S. president with a strong and fresh new mandate who can smell weakness from a mile away, a cabinet in chaos, 1/5 of the government caucus demanding the Prime Minister resign.
Maybe even more.
We believe that it is now time for you to grant this House at least the opportunity to question the government for a few hours this evening on what should be their fall economic presentation.
Oh, well, the CPAC feed is dying on us, ladies and gentlemen. They're trying to hide the truth.
Going past,
I'm just
the former
kidding.
Finance Minister herself said that going past that $40 billion guardrail would plunge the country into another round of nightmarish inflation and interest rate hikes. Media reports are speculating as to how high that deficit should go, but I believe will go. But I believe it's incumbent upon you now, Mr. Speaker. I know there are precedents and guidelines you might look to whether or not you should approve an emergency debate or not. I think given the fact that there's really no other opportunity for parliamentarians to debate these issues, to scrutinize the economic update that is scheduled to happen this afternoon, I believe you should put the rights of individual MPs and the House as a collective to be the representative of Canadian taxpayers and hold this government to account for their economic update later on today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alrighty.
I thank the honourable member for Regina Capel for his
10 minutes away, guys. Roughly 10 minutes away.
I am not satisfied that this request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, reprise du débat sur une motion de...
Resuming debate on a privilege motion with regards to SETC Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
The Honourable...
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. We have 6 minutes and 50 seconds left for the intervention for the member from Calgary Forest Lawn. I see that the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's is rising on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to the member's speech this morning. I'd just like him to comment a little bit on the issue of a rare sighting that we've seen today. And that sighting is as rare as the mythical dinosaurs or dodo bird. And that was a Liberal with principle, apparently. I didn't know that the former Minister of Finance had principle, but apparently she does, and resigned over excessive spending of this government. I'm wondering if the member could comment on the fact that the leader of the NDP seems to have less so in terms of concern of principle. I believe that if the Prime Minister stood up and said there was an election, the leader of the NDP would probably say, now's not the time for an election. So I'd like the member to comment on the apparent principle that the former Minister of Finance has compared to the current NDP leader.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
I want to thank the member for such a great question. You know, often I would think that it's a trap, but thank you for such a thoughtful question. He's absolutely right. I mean, it's sad to see that the NDP has lost all principles just for the greed of the leader of the NDP's $2.2 million pension. They've sold out Canadians entirely. They've supported the same policies that doubled housing costs, the carbon tax scam that's made the cost of everything go up, the same policies that drove more than 2 million Canadians into a food bank in a single month, where now 1 in 4 people are starting to skip meals. He's sold out Canadians, the leader of the NDP, Also, I don't see many other leaders driving Maseratis, but that's the guy who sold out and propped up this corrupt government.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Yeah, well, we know that the opposite member will say anything and do anything to get attention, but the leader of the New
And we know you will say and do anything to keep Trudeau in power.
argument, I asked for him to withdraw the comment.
First of all, order.
Well, it's getting wild.
So first of all, what the honourable member raised was a point of order, but during his allocation here, the honourable member mentioned the word lying, and he knows that that's not acceptable in the House. So if he could withdraw the comment, please.
I know truth hurts, so I withdraw.
I would just ask members when they withdraw to make sure that they just say withdraw, and I think that will provide prevent a lot of dissension here in the House. The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
I'd argue that the member from Timmins and James Bay, if he gave attention to his own riding, he wouldn't run away before the next election hiding, before his own constituents fire him.
That's right.
Back to the point. Over his $2.2 million pension, he's willing to sell out Canadians, prop up this corrupt, weak, woke, fake feminist prime minister that's driven more Canadians into poverty, that has continued to bring about policies that drive more and more people into a food bank. It's time for a common sense conservative government that bring back the Canada that we once knew.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable for Peterborough-Kawartha.
Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to my colleague for his passionate speech. He dedicates his life to his riding, to his country, and here to ensure that Canadians get the election that they desperately need right now. You know, when we talk about $400 million of a green slush fund that was supposed to help with environmental projects and not one was done, and in fact Liberal insiders got rich, my question to the member is, what would $400 million do if it was used properly in this economy to help the Canadians who are suffering so much? What difference would $400 million that the Liberals misused and gave to their friends do?
For Calgary Forest Lawn.
I thank my good friend and honourable colleague from Peterborough-Kawartha for such a thoughtful question. $400 million could get a lot. First of all, let's just address the $400 million that it's going to Liberal insiders. It was a slush fund was created under the guise of climate change just to reward Liberal insiders. But a lot could be done with that. It could have gone to our brave men and women who serve Canada, who are underserved by this Liberal NDP government, who refuse to stand up for them, our brave veterans who are calling out that this Prime Minister has said that they're asking for too much. They deserve all the respect, and they deserve more than what this corrupt Liberal NDP government has given to them.
Point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Oh, Greg is back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given what happened,
Return of the fungus.
The House, that notwithstanding, there will not be any ministers' the Finance Minister's statement at 4 p.m. today.
Honourable point of order, the Honourable Member from Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you would know, that was an order of the House that the minister is trying to unilaterally withdraw. I seek the guidance from you and the table whether a minister of the Crown can withdraw a unilateral order of this House to prevent the government from making a statement. I'm looking for your advice, obviously, Mr. Speaker, that the government, due to their own disorder and chaos, can now unilaterally withdraw an order of this House of such magnitude, Mr. Speaker.
Guys, we're not getting the statement at 4 p.m. They used Chrystia Freeland resigning as a way to dodge giving the amount. Oh my god. What?
Clarification on the matter. We heard an order that there would be a full economic statement at 4 p.m. We are here to listen and react. The content has been published in camera. What we're asking, Mr. Speaker, is the right to ask questions, to ask for clarifications, and for that, the term chaos was used. I think that's the right term. In all of this chaos, what will happen? We need to know what's going on, Mr. Speaker.
Oh my God! And Karina left! Karina left! She gave that statement and left! Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, a plot twist like no other has just occurred in the House of Commons. We will not be getting the 4 p.m. statement because Freeland resigned. They have found a way to dodge giving the statement. This is unreal. It's all part of the plot. The plot thickens.
Tout d'abord, first of all, I'd like to thank...
And the bloc was pissed. The bloc was like, I showed up at 4 p.m. Bring me the damn statement. What are we doing?
Important points of order. I would like to paraphrase the motion adopted by the House. On the 11th of December, I'll read it in French and then repeat it in English. Unanimous consent orders that, notwithstanding any special or standing order of the House or any usage of the House, at 4 p.m. on Monday, 16th December, Speaker will interrupt House deliberations to allow the Deputy Prime Minister to make a statement, after which there would be 10 minutes for questions and observations after that statement. A member of each recognized official opposition party and a member of the Green Party will be able to have a question and answer period equivalent to the time spent by the Minister in his or her statement.
By unanimous consent, it was ordered that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at 4 p.m. on Monday, December 16, 2024, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to make a statement, followed by a period of up to 10 minutes for question and comments. After the statement, a member from each recognized opposition party and a member of the Green Party may reply for a period of approximately equivalent to the same time taken by the Minister's statement, and each statement shall be followed by a period of 10 minutes for questions and comments. Alors, comme l'ordre a été adopté...
This order being adopted by the House, there is now leave to give the Minister and Deputy Prime Minister to present the fall economic statement. But the order is for the chair to interrupt at 4.
So, just so that members all understand, as it was very clear in the order that was adopted by the House, the order was for the Speaker to interrupt proceedings at 4 o'clock to permit to Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. So it's a permissive situation here. The order is for me to stand up at 4 o'clock, which I shall do. The Honourable Member from York Simcoe. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just for the opposition, could you clarify who the Deputy Prime Minister is and who the Minister of Finance is at this time?
Oh! I'm afraid I cannot respond to the honourable member of that, and that question would not be a question that would be posed to the Speaker. That would one that would be posed on to the government. L'honorable député.
Greg just got hit with a checkmate, and Greg was like, shit.
Mr. Speaker, on the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say for the record, for the Hansard, that it shows a real lack of respect, and it's unacceptable. It's a lack of respect towards all Quebecers and towards all MPs. I'm not speaking of you, but I'm speaking of what's coming from the government here. It makes no sense. It's total chaos. And it proves, Mr. Speaker, that this government is completely dysfunctional. And that sooner or later, or sooner rather than later, we should have an election. This proves that.
Before I recognize
the block with the fighting words.
Order, comme il est 16 heures.
It being 4 p.m.
That guy's just mad that he had to show up at 4 p.m. and nothing happened. That's what it really is.
To permit the Minister of Finance to make a statement.
Given the information provided by the government House Leader to the House, indicating that the government does not intend to proceed with the statement at this time, the remaining provisions of this motion cannot take effect. That is, the period reserved for questions and comments and the replies from the various parties which are dependent on the statement being made. Puisqu'aucune déclaration ne sera...
In the absence of a statement, the House will resume the business that would normally be before it at this time.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, but I will go to points of order raised by the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby, followed by the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, this has been a chaotic day, but the reality is this is an order of the House that can't be countermanded by the government. Our expectation is that the Finance Minister will be in this House to present the fall economic statement. That is what New Democrats are prepared for. That is what we want to comment and criticize, and that is why we are here. This can't be countermanded by the government itself. Parliament must be respected, and Mr. Speaker, you must uphold the motion that was
Parliament must be respected, but nobody has any respect for the NDP anymore. So, good luck with that one, buddy.
Sandwich Gulf Islands is rising on her feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is not to make the same point as my honourable colleague for New Westminster Burnaby, but given that it was a moment where the Speaker had to stop at 4 o'clock and seek the presentation, I suggest to Mr. Speaker, we're in a really difficult quandary here as opposition party members. We were given access on a confidential, embargoed lockup basis to read the document which we now are not to hear. I'm in a quandary, Mr. Speaker, and I think the honourable table officers have many volumes in front of them. But unless they have a volume of Lewis Carroll, I don't know if they can answer my question. Am I allowed to talk about the document that isn't happening?
Good question.
Oh, this is the plot unfolding right before us, ladies and gentlemen, in real time. All parties eating each other alive. Greg Fungus shitting his pants as he does not know what to do. Andrew Scheer standing to a point of order.
On his feet on a
Thank
point
you
of
very
order.
much, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to go over the facts of this case. Last week, a few days ago, the government House Leader negotiated in good faith with all the opposition parties a process by which the fall economic update could be tabled in the House. We all agreed on that. That was not something that was going to happen automatically. It took the participation of all parliamentary parties to allow that to happen. We agreed in good faith. We expected it to happen. Everything that has happened today has been entirely of the government's own making. And parliamentarians should not be deprived of the information as to what is the fiscal situation here in Canada. Canadians are facing an unprecedented crisis on housing, on inflation, on debt and deficits. And this government has a statutory obligation to table these documents by the end of the year. This is the second last sitting day. And you have just denied a request for an emergency debate on this very same issue. There is no other opportunity for parliamentarians to find out just how bad the books are. But I go back to the point as to the fact that the government themselves initiated this agreement. The government committed to opposition parties that it would happen today. And so I ask you, Mr. Speaker, the fact that they are in chaos is not the problem of parliamentarians. It is a problem for Canadians, but it is not a problem caused by Canadians. And they have a right to know exactly what's happening with their tax dollars. And now for the government to come in at literally the last minute and pull the carpet out of an economic update is unbelievable. It is not the actions of a serious G7 NATO partner country. So at the very least, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you find the government in contempt of the House order that was passed by all members of this place.
I thank the Honourable from Regina Capel. I see the Honourable Member from Calgary Nose Hill is also rising on a point of order.
there are people who, there are businesses who are trying to think about making decisions based on what was supposed to be in there today. We have senior economists who have been waiting for this information. Literally the entire nation's business has been waiting for this. All of us who are in this place have the right to see these.
Let the Conservative Party read it off. Let somebody read it off. Greg, read it off. Anybody that can read a document, read off the deficit number.
Minister on the day that a budget was being tabled. This is not what a serious government does. So we need to have this information today. It's borderline privilege. And again, as the Deputy House, or as the House Leader said, this is a contempt of Parliament of the utmost magnitude.
Thank the honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill for her intervention. I'm going to recognize a number of other points of order. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Berthier et Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier et Masquinongé. Well, on this point of order, the motion adopted on December 11th states that the Speaker will interrupt deliberations, not the Speaker may interrupt. So we feel that it is an obligation to interrupt orders of the day. They seem to have nothing to say, but the lockup is over. Currently, outside the House of Commons, journalists are revealing the content of the fall economic statement. And yet, are we seriously to be told that we don't deserve to know what's in it? And that we won't be able to respond, and we won't be able to question it for our constituents? Seriously, Mr. Speaker, very unparliamentary language is coming to my mind. I won't use that language, but this doesn't make any darn sense. This is a serious matter of an attack on parliamentary privilege. The members of this House deserve to hear the content. And if the government...
You guys are just joining right now. I don't think this is going away anytime soon.
I have colleagues who are at the lockup who will be able to respond to the content. But we demand an opportunity to respond and to speak on behalf of the rights of our constituents.
Greg has muted the microphone again. Greg is sitting here real-time strategizing the House of Commons. Look, there are more Conservative members on points of orders. Everybody is rising right now. Ladies and gentlemen, earlier in the stream, I said the Titanic has begun its departure into the cold depths. And the Liberals are screaming. The Titanic was up in the air. And the moment they said they weren't going to give the documents or say the information or give the number, it just broke in half. And now it's in two pieces. One is slowly sinking, and the other is still on top a little bit. Just a little bit. But in a couple minutes, it'll be joining the other half. Oh, God, guys, this is fucking brutal. In real time, we are watching the Liberal cabinet fall apart. Literally, member after member calling for the resignation of Trudeau. Chrystia Freeland leaves. She jumps ship. She doesn't even want to be here. She didn't even want to deliver the deficit number. Actually insane. Every party member here, including the NDP, who has propped up Trudeau time and time again, are pissed off about this. But they're idiots. So they can be mad all they want. They deserve what they get. They literally allowed this to happen.
And I do not, when the government can simply table the budget, the fall economic statement documents in the House now without giving the speech.
Here, here. So I thank the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's. Indeed, he and I are of the same vintage, and I do remember that. I think it was 1989. I will recognize the honourable member from Calgary, Bow River.
This is my point of privilege that's been infringed on.
Even the Monopoly guy is pissed off, ladies and gentlemen. Do not pass go. Do not collect your $250.
Come in with minutes before it announced, when those people had the document, were able to go out and use it and have had read it. My privilege has already been broken. Thank you.
Thank the honourable from Calgary, Bow River. I see that the honourable leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Oh, Karina's back.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Karina's
Thank
back.
you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32, I have the honor to table in both official languages the Fall Economic Statement 2024.
I see that the honourable member from Perth Wellington is rising on his feet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now that the fall economic statement has been tabled, I believe we do now proceed to questions to the minister. So I'd like to ask the government to stand in this place and tell us exactly how big the budget deficit was last year. How much did they blow past the $4 billion?
Oh, guys, everybody was so mad she had to come back. She had to come back. And here we go. Here we go.
Order. Order, please.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, boys and girls, if you are here right now, it's getting wild. Greg has muted the mic again.
I see that there are a couple of other members who are rising on a point of order. The honourable member from Kitchener Centre was first on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that the fall economic statement has been tabled, I wonder if there might be unanimous consent for all parties to have a 20-minute round of speeches and 10 minutes of questions and answers, as was already planned to be the case.
I mean, he's not wrong. Greg's muted the mic again. He's not wrong. It's actually the one time I'll agree with a Green Party member. Greg muting the microphone again. Greg right now, I'm telling you, shitting his pants in real time. It is wild. You guys are joining right now. We are actually about to get the deficit number after they just tried to play themselves out of it. They just tried to pull the rug out. The Liberal government has played every card in their deck, and we are seeing the final cards being played. There's only so many cards in a deck, guys.
I'm going to ask the honourable member from Kitchener Centre to please repeat his request for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if there might be unanimous consent of the House to now have all parties offered the opportunity for 20 minutes for a speech and 10 minutes of question and answer afterwards, including the Green Party.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay.
Somebody said no.
The honourable, I regret to say that the order, I understand that there isn't unanimous consent. I'm going to ask the honourable member from Regina Capel, who is rising on a point of order. The opposition House Leader is on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, and I just want to remind you that the order that the House adopted was very, very specific. And notwithstanding any standing order, special order, use practice of the House, at 4 p.m. on Monday, December 16th, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, to make a statement followed by a period of up to 10 minutes for questions and comments. After the statement, a member from each recognized opposition party, a member of the Green Party, may reply for a period approximately equal to the time taken by the Minister's statement. So a Minister of the Crown just came in and made a statement. Her statement was that she was tabling the fall economic update. That is the statement. At the very least, Mr. Speaker, there should now be a 10-minute period of questions and comments. She chose to have a very short statement. Nothing we can do about that. She came in, tabled, and then ran out before there could be any accountability or scrutiny. I believe the
Oh, she ran out again.
to do is to accept that as the statement that it was, which I would say is a perfect statement on the state of the Liberal government right now. And at the very least, allow opposition parties and opposition members to ask questions of the government as to what was in that statement, as to what was in the fall economic update. Yes.
Yeah, this is it, man.
I thank the
This is
honourable member.
it.
I see that the honourable government House Leader is rising on a point of order. The honourable government, the Parliamentary Secretary of the government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Government House Leader stood actually on a point of order, tabled documents. It's as simple as that.
So I thank...
Oh, they're afraid because they know it's bad. Kevin usually is yelling and freaking out. You can visibly see the hairs leaving his head sometimes when he yells. But right there, he was so collected and calm, he's shitting his pants. He's trying to hide the fact that it's game over.
Who is rising on his order, the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, this is a fundamental tenet of parliamentary democracy and transparency and accountability. We've just had the tabling of the document. So if you seek it, anyone respecting democracy should support the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, immediately following the adoption of this motion, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit one member from each.
Anything the Liberals do or say at this point, other than giving the deficit number, is just, stalling for time and making themselves look incredibly bad.
Statement.
Hear, hear.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I see that the honourable member from... I was going to say the honourable member from Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, is up on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, there's $61.9 billion of extra spending in here. And the fact is, I came prepared at my seat at the time. You went through in great detail exactly the process for the fall economic statement, and the government has reneged. A drop-off drive-by of a tabling where the minister spun around and walked right out. That is contemptuous of the agreed-to motion that we would all be here today to undertake a democratic scrutiny of the government. The government cannot pick and choose its role. It is subservient to this House. I would ask you find them in contempt, Mr. Speaker, because obviously the government is not prepared to allow any other process. This was something, Mr. Speaker, that makes not only myself and this whole House look bad, it looks terribly upon you. I would ask that you would defend our rights as parliamentarians and force the government through a mechanism, perhaps a contempt motion, that they have been found in contempt in their duties to this House.
L'honorable from Cumberland Colchester, sorry, not Cumberland Colchester, from Dufferin Caledon, forgive me, is up on his feet on a point of order. The honourable member.
Speaker, the regular proceedings today were interrupted for an order. It is a mandatory order. There are different kinds. The language could have said may. May is permissive language. And if the order said may, you would have discretion as to how to proceed. Right. But the proceedings were interrupted in the face of a specific order. And the order says the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to make a statement, followed by a period up to 10 minutes. If they chose not to use their time to make a statement, that is their problem. You are bound by a mandatory order to now give us the opportunity that is set out in this. It's not permissive, it's not optional. It's mandatory, and we, as opposition members, expect you to follow and enforce your mandatory order.
Hear, hear.
And Greg mutes the microphone again.
So I thank the honourable member, and the Speaker and the Chair is placed in a situation where very much has to follow what is listed here. And I thank the honourable member from Dufferin Caledon for quoting this statement. I will just say it, that yes, the Speaker shall interrupt, which the Speaker did. But here's what it is. Shall interrupt the proceedings to permit the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to make a statement, followed by a period of up to 10 minutes for questions and comments. After the statement, a member from each recognized opposition party and a member of the Green Party may reply for a period of approximately equivalent of to the time taken by the Minister's statement, and each statement will be or shall be followed by a period of 10 minutes for questions and comments. The difficulty that the chair finds itself in...
Yeah, literally watching an entire government collapse in real time, more or less.
The minister chose not to make a statement by which the rest of the order doesn't follow. But I'm going to be listening to a number of honourable members
to hear about this, and there are a number of members who are on their feet for a point of order. On va commencer avec le député.
Let us begin with the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, followed by the member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, I feel that the motion compelled you to stop the proceedings, which you did do, but Mr. Speaker, the government chose not to speak to the fall economic statement, but that should not challenge the rights of other parties to speak to the statement and then have questions and answers. And I don't believe you need unanimous consent to proceed to that order of business. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect that I have for you and your office, you have the authority to decide on this. You can choose how long our statements would be and how long questions and answers would be. But there do need to be speeches, Mr. Speaker. Currently, outside this House, journalists are commenting on the content of the fall economic statement. We, parliamentarians, are not being given the privilege of commenting on the statement. So, Mr. Speaker, please, I seriously urge you to consider the fact that you have the authority and the right to permit such a debate. You could even, if you like, Mr. Speaker, suspend the House for a few moments to consult with House employees and clerks to know exactly what procedure to follow. But, Mr. Speaker, you have the duty to preserve some semblance of democracy in a G7 country, need I remind this House. I have many colleagues who have opinions and who are more than willing to comment on the fall economic statement. If the government does not wish to comment on the economic statement, then that's fine. But you, Mr. Speaker, have the right to give us the right to speak. I see that the honourable member for Joliette is rising on the same point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the same point of order. I've spent the past few hours in a budget lockup to study the budget documents and to prepare to speak in this House because there was an agreement where I would be able to speak on behalf of my party. I sat down with colleagues and with a team so that we could sit down, study the documents, prepare our stance and position, and prepare to present said position to the House. I think all parties should be allowed to share their position with regard to the economic statement. Now, too bad, so sad for the government if they don't want to or if they can't speak to the statement, but we are ready and willing to speak to the statement, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hamilton Centre is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know it's not often I get a chance to do this, but I did feel it important to rise and actually concur with the opposition MPs who have stood in this House on multiple occasions to call on you to bring this government to order, to present to this country what their vision of the future is so that we can have an adequate debate. I find it rather gormless that they came into this House, dropped the report, and then left without an opportunity.
And this is the government you continue to support, Matthew. This is the government that you just kept in power on a third non-confidence vote.
For the future of this country, and I know that the other opposition parties will also have their vision. That is what a Westminster system is designed for. So for them to pretend like they can come here, Mr. Speaker, and there has been disorder in this House, but certainly nothing more chaotic than what we've witnessed over the last hour here. So I call on you, in concordance with members of the Bloc, the Conservative Party, and indeed the Green Party, to bring this government to order and allow us to have a full debate on the fall economic statement. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
I thank the honourable member, and I understand the honourable member's frustration in this situation, but the chair is bound by the decision that was passed by the House. And after much debate and consultation, I have to follow the as things are set out in the House, in the order that was made by the House. I interrupted the proceedings. The minister chose not to make a statement, and therefore the rest of the motion doesn't apply. But I see, je vois.
All right, clearly Greg needs to resign as well. Freeland resigns, Trudeau resigns, Greg resigns. Come on, we need a complete rework of the House of Commons.
On a point of order.
Monsieur le Président, merci.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor once again. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, we disagree with your current decision and your current interpretation of the situation. Here is what I propose, Mr. Speaker. There is a majority of the House here in agreement. This is unbelievable. I'm not allowed to say who is or is not in the House, but I can say in a roundabout way that there aren't many representatives of the government caucus in this place at this moment. This is shocking. It's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. We cannot ignore this. Mr. Speaker, this would be a good opportunity for the chair to earn the trust and confidence of a majority of this House by showing us how seriously you take this. We should have a vote on this matter, on how we wish to proceed, and I think the vote would pass. I think it would pass, because currently the media gets to comment on this, but we don't. It makes no sense. It's nonsense. Unfortunately, that is outside the bounds of my role as Speaker to deviate from an order adopted by the House of Commons. I have consulted with many table officers and experts regarding options on the table, but there are no options to proceed that way that was suggested. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby rising. Mr. Speaker, I hope that this time will be the right time. I hope that we will be able to speak to this document because its contents are incredibly important, and we owe
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer will be the next finance minister? Dominic LeBlanc? Holy fuck.
Notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, immediately following the adoption of this motion, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit one member from each recognized opposition party and a member of the Green Party to make a statement of up to 20 minutes, followed by a period of up to 10 minutes for questions and comments related to the fall economic statement.
I thank the honourable member. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay.
Boo!
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, surely the honourable member from Winnipeg North would at least give the country the courtesy to rise in his space right now and to tell the rest of the country why he continues to shut down this debate.
Yeah, you fucking rat, Kevin. What an absolute weasel.
Member for Barrie Innisfil is on his feet on a point of order, followed by the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like you to consider this as a matter of contempt of Parliament. The Finance Minister resigned this morning at 8 a.m. The economic statement was to be delivered at 4 p.m. this afternoon. The Prime Minister had ample opportunity to appoint another Finance Minister and a Deputy Minister and have them sworn in to issue the fall economic statement. So that, to me, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you agree, is a point of contempt. They knew that this motion was in place, that it was agreed to by all parties. They failed this Parliament and therefore failed Canadians, and I believe that they were in contempt, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member, I thank the honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the NDP finance critic, I have attended the lockup. I've read the fall economic statement, and I have gone to considerable length, along with my colleagues, to prepare the New Democrats' response to this. What I find patently unfair is that the government has chosen to release that document to the public at 4 o'clock. So that document, a very, very thick book of policies, is now circulating, but there's no opportunity for any other opposition person to have a comment on that, whether Conservative, Bloc, or New Democrat, or Green. And that is
So within the next few hours, essentially, somebody will go through all the documents online and it'll end up all over Twitter, guaranteed. And our Parliament, instead of just coming out and saying it, is leaving it up to individuals and fact checkers on social media.
I would ask that you allow a specified member from each party to have up to 20 minutes so that we can have our comment on this document, as the Liberals have. And I find it, frankly, a little bit infuriating that the government has allowed its voice to be heard in this document, but stands in this House and says no to allowing any other party to have their say. That is not democratic.
I don't know. I was just thinking that as well. Where are any of the leaders right now? Where's Trudeau? Where's Poilievre? Where's Jagmeet? Where's Blanchette?
Believe the member for Louis Saint Laurent was rising and doesn't seem to be rising anymore.
Resuming debate, the Honourable... Sorry, I did say orders of the day
Oh,
earlier.
I guess I spoke too soon.
Orders of the day, resuming debate on a privileged motion concerning the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment of Mr. Kelly.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I must admit that I am totally shocked, flabbergasted that I have to rise in the House of Commons to announce this government's deficit. Normally, they would be the ones announcing their own deficit in their economic statement. But they tabled the fall economic statement without speaking to it. There's no finance minister who will dare to even talk about this fall economic statement. There's a new finance minister who's running off to the Governor General's residence instead of doing his work. We have had 3 different finance ministers today alone. Today, the finance minister and deputy prime minister resigned. Then, through the order of precedent, it went to the Minister of Industry. He became Minister of Finance based on the system that Cabinet uses for precedence. Then he immediately announced that he was resigning because he did not want to take ownership of the financial situation, which he had just found out about. Then the 3rd finance minister today was the public safety minister who was responsible for keeping our borders safe, who has been threatened by the United States and tariffs. And then the public safety minister switched positions and became the finance minister. And then he disappeared. Where is he? You know what, Mr. Speaker? What's worse about all this is the gargantuan deficit. We were promised a $40 billion deficit. Those were to be the guardrails for the deficit. And what's the deficit? It is $61.9 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's 55% higher than what was promised to us 8 months ago.
There you have it.
It's out of control. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister, or should I say former finance minister, noticed, and I give her credit for this, a few months ago she noticed that this government's deficits were dangerous, that they were leading to higher inflation, slowing down interest rate decreases, harming our social programs, and slowing our economic growth. That's why the finance minister said that there would be a hard line, fiscal guardrails, preventing the deficit from going beyond $40 billion. What are guardrails? They prevent buses from driving off the road and tumbling into ravines. Now, though, the Prime Minister has taken control of the wheel in the bus. He's veered off to the left, past the guardrail, and now he's in the ravine. We've all fallen into the ravine, and this is a threat to the future of Canada and Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's why we are against this. We will vote against this plan. We insist that New Democrats do their jobs for once and vote non-confidence in this out-of-control government. This government is out of control, corrupt, and costly, and we demand that elections be called. Here's the truth, Mr. Speaker. let me share with you a truly shocking fact. My grandfather came to Canada from Ireland. Do you know why? Because there was poverty in Ireland. Now, Ireland is 2 times richer than Canada. The GDP per capita in Ireland is $100,000. Ours, what is it? $50,000. The Irish, they don't have natural resources like ours. They don't have any oil. They don't have the massive advantage of living next to the United States, the biggest economy in the world. They, with that situation, are now 2 times wealthier than us because they've made the right decisions. Some say that there are 2 types of people in this world, Mr. Speaker, those who are Irish and those who want to be Irish. They have made good economic decisions, Mr. Speaker. They've cut taxes. They've cut red tape to speed up big projects. They have opened up their economy to free rein for entrepreneurs and for business, fewer state businesses. Half of government costs. So they spend half as much as us on their government, and they have double the wealth for their people. We know what we need to do, Mr. Speaker. We need to cut the red tape, the bureaucracy, consultants, all kinds of corporate nonsense, waste. We need to bring down deficits, taxes. We need to cut the red tape, cut the admin, and allow more open-mindedness, new solutions. Then we will be able to deliver bigger paychecks, powerful paychecks that people will bring home to then be able to reinvest in their communities. So we would have lower inflation and our dollar would keep its value. That's what we would do to fight the threats made by President-elect Trump. We will bring investment home. We will build. We will become the freest economy in the world. We will have the wealthiest citizens of any country in the world. Those are our goals, Mr. Speaker. Enough. It's enough already with the chaos, the poverty, the homelessness. This socialist NDP Liberal government is imposing heavy poverty on people. We need to bring it back to common sense. We need to get back to basics, to give back to Canada what it deserves. The promise that any Canadian who works hard can, in fact, live good lives with good paychecks, with good pensions. Canadians need to be able to afford food and safe, good homes in safe communities. That's common sense, and that's what we will do to put Canada first and foremost.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today flabbergasted by the news that has just been made public. The government has finally revealed its true deficit number. Remember, this finance minister, this outgoing and now former finance minister, told the world that she was putting in place guardrails to limit the damage that her deficits could do. Her deficit plan was $40 billion, a mind-bogglingly large number that was already contributing to rekindling inflation again. This $40 billion was too big. It was out of control as it was. But at least to her credit, she said no more than that. And she decided she would have a guardrail. We know a guardrail is meant to stop vehicles from flying off cliffs. Well, as she was trying throughout the year to avoid going off the cliff, there were 2 people on the bus who had other ideas. The Prime Minister and carbon tax Carney. And the 2 of them went to the front of the bus, they grabbed the wheel, they pulled it sharply to the left, smashing into that guardrail, and she tried to resist. So they pulled even further to the left, and they stepped on the gas. The bus flew off the cliff, and now Canadians are at the bottom of the ravine in a big pile of debt. But instead of taking responsibility, the Prime Minister told her that she should take all the blame. That when the ambulances and the police cruisers arrived and the fire department, that she take the blame for running the bus off the cliff, and that carbon tax Carney and the Prime Minister could innocently sit back, and that the Prime Minister could then put carbon tax Carney in charge of driving the next bus. The good old boys in the back room would protect themselves and make the finance minister, the then finance minister, take all the blame. Reminds you of the way they treated the former Attorney General, a brilliant and brave First Nations woman who refused to kowtow to corruption. It reminds us of the way they treated Jane Philpott and so many other brave women who have dared question this self-described feminist Prime Minister. Some feminist indeed, throwing the bus off the cliff and throwing women under the bus. That is his real record. That his real record on finance, Mr. Speaker, is yet another $62 billion deficit. For context, outside of this government, there is no government in the history of Canada that has ever run a $62 billion deficit. Not even in the 90s when the Wall Street Journal said that we were a third world basket case. Not even during the massive global economic crisis did the deficit come anywhere close to that. And here we are, with the global economy growing, with the American economy booming in stable times. This deficit is 100% at the feet of this irresponsible Prime Minister and his personal economic advisor, carbon tax Carney.
That's right.
Now, Carney says he doesn't even want the job of finance minister. He doesn't even want to try and drive the crashed out bus after he helped run it off the cliff. And they couldn't find anyone all day. In fact, no one will appear today even to defend this incredible disaster of a budget. Look at the consequences in human terms, Mr. Speaker. We have 1,400 homeless camps in Ontario, 35 homeless encampments in Halifax alone. We have 2 million people lined up at food banks. Scurvy is making a comeback. The government admits that 1 in 4 children are going to school hungry every single day. Unemployment is rising, and according to this budget, expected to exceed 7% by the end of next calendar year. The gap between per capita GDP in Canada and the US is now 30,000 in Canadian dollars, 30,000 it was equal 10 years ago. This is the worst gap since at least the Second World War, and some say the worst gap in a century. Canadian workers are only getting 55 cents of investment for every dollar an American worker gets. $500 billion Canadian investment dollars, which works out to almost a quarter of our economy, has left net to go to the United States, where it builds pipelines, factories, warehouses, pipelines, business
No carbon
centers,
tax.
Canadian investment dollars paying
Zero
American
carbon tax.
wages, while our workers go starving for investment and for salaries to pay their bills. When I travel across this country, I consistently meet 2 types of people. One, those who are a little better off and tell me that, and I'll be very blunt about this, that if I don't win, they will leave the country. And they are very numerous.
Yes.
But you know, I don't worry about them as much. You know who I worry about? The ones who can't leave. The ones who don't know, and if I can just use very blunt language, who tell me, I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I have no idea how I'm going to pay my way.
That's right.
I met a waitress at a restaurant not long ago, and she came up to me and she grabbed me by the hand and she said, "You have to win." And I said, "Oh, thank you, I appreciate your support." She said, No, it wasn't a compliment. You have to win." And then she told me her story. She told me that she was working 1 full-time job and 2 part-time jobs just to pay her bills. As a single woman in her late 50s. And she was tired of working all the time. So she cut everything out of her budget, every creature comfort, everything she enjoyed about her life, she cut it out so that she could drop one of those part-time jobs. And then one morning, she woke up and she walked outside and her car was gone.
Jesus.
And she called her insurance and they said they weren't going to cover the replacement value. So she had to take that job back because she simply cannot live her life without a car. Now you can bet your bottom dollar the guy who stole the car, he was probably out on bail. This was
The
not
next
his
day.
first job.
That's right.
Yeah.
Her taxes have gone up. Her heating bill has gone up. Her wages have not gone up. She's scared to go out in the streets in places where they didn't even lock the door not long ago. These are the people we're fighting for. These silly games over here, they're very entertaining. The soap opera that everyone's seized with today, that's all fine. But there are real people whose lives are on the line here, and we have a duty to work for them. And quite frankly,
God damn, what a speech. I legitimate got chills there for a second. I can't even lie. That was wild.
this woman doesn't see me as any, or any of us as any kind of savior. They see us all as a last hope. In fact, she doesn't want to be saved. She just wants her life back. She was taking care of herself just fine before her tax, her heat, her grocery bill went through the roof and her car went missing. She was doing just fine. She was doing everything right. Met another guy at the Labrat Brewery a few days ago, and you can watch the video of me talking with him. He walked up to me and he said, I have 3 jobs and I can't make it. We're renting. We have no hope. We've given up on ever owning a home. We're renting. We can barely make it. And he said to me, I feel ashamed when I talk to my kids because they ask me why I'm never around and why we can never have a house. And I feel like a failure. But he didn't fail. He has been failed.
That's right.
He has been robbed of the promise of Canada. It was a very simple promise, that if you worked hard, you got a good life. Now, it wasn't fancy or extravagant, but you got a house with a yard where you could have kids playing safely, and you could have a nice dog that you could afford to feed along with the kids, and your kids could play safely in the streets. That was the promise. Now, politicians break promises all the time, but you know what was bad about this promise? This promise didn't belong to this Prime Minister. It wasn't his promise to break. It belonged to all of us. And our purpose is to bring home that promise for that young man, that young father, and that older female worker so that they can once again take back control of their lives, live in a safe country where their hard work earns them a good wage, where their rent and their food is affordable, and where when they go to bed at night, they know that they will be safe throughout their sleep and that they will have their car in their driveway in the morning. A country where people are proud again to fly the flag, where they know the government is a servant and not a master, where they understand that every day the Commons, this place, works for the common people, not for the ego of one man desperate to cling on to his job. We must remember that we are servants in this place. We have a job to do on behalf of the people who sent us here. Our personal dramas are not important. The dramas that should seize all of our concern and imagination are the daily dramas of the working women and men that build this country. We are in it for them. We're going to give them back control of their lives in the freest country on earth, Canada. Let's bring it home.
Yay! Come on, get up, Labrador.
Wow. Wow.
Before we move to question and comments, pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. 1, carbon pricing, the Honourable Member for Bow River. And 2, the Honourable Member St. Albert Edmonton, on democratic institutions.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Bow River on carbon pricing, and the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton on democratic institutions. I thank all members for their attention. The
Questions and comments.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, you know, there is no one more so than the Leader of the Conservative Party that both inside the House and outside the House tries to portray a false impression that Canada is broken, Mr. Speaker. The reality is Canada is the best country in the world to call home. We can do a worldwide tour where you will see that whether it's interest rates, whether it's inflation rates, that Canada is virtually second to no other G7 country. And when you think of things like foreign investment, we are third in the entire world in 2023, Mr. Speaker. To the Leader of the Conservative Party, Canada is not, in fact, broken. And I would remind him that he sat around a cabinet table.
Going $21 billion over the deficit is not broken, by the way, guys.
Where a third party took over as the government of the day because his government back then was such a disaster.
The Honourable Leader of the
Blame Harper. That's what he just did.
Everything is broken today. Absolutely everything. And 70% plus Canadians agree with me on that. The borders are broken. We have 500,000 people here illegally, according to the government's own documents. The immigration system is broken. We now have refugee camps, something we only used to see in third world countries that are being set up across our country in formerly tranquil and peaceful suburbs. Our drugs and disorder have broken our communities. We've lost more people to drug overdoses in the last 9 years than died fighting for Canada in the Second World War. Absolutely everything is broken after 9 years of this pathetic Prime Minister who's right now hiding under his desk.
Here, here.
Yeah, but they weren't supposed to go past 40 billion. They had 40 billion to not go past, and they went to 62 billion.
Of what my honourable colleague said in terms of his description of how difficult it is for many
My
Canadians.
God, man.
I don't know that I would say everything's...
And Kevin's sitting there going, our country isn't broken. We have one of the greatest countries ever. Check out how amazing things are. Oh my God.
...meals to feed their children. So my question is to my honourable colleague, the NDP proposed giving those people an immediate cut by permanently removing the GST off life's essentials like home heating, on all grocery items, on cellular and internet bills, on diapers, but he voted against that. So if he thinks everything's broken and he truly believes that people are struggling right now, why did he vote against the NDP motion that would have given people an immediate 5% break on life's essentials?
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I find it incredible that even when there is no Liberal minister willing to defend the temporary 2-month GST tax trick, the NDP is there to defend it for them.
Yeah.
Here we have
That's because they're an extension of the Liberal
that
Party.
will cost more to administer than it will save anybody, that many vendors are not even implementing, and that will be gone before it starts. And you have the NDP talking, but this is the NDP. That member has
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver Kingsway, who had the opportunity to ask a question, to please hold the microphone, hold his place until he's recognized by the Speaker again to speak. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The member wants me to tell the truth about the permanent tax change. Well, there is a permanent tax change he has supported, which is to jack up the carbon tax on absolutely everything. He's voted to quadruple that tax to a eye-watering 61 cents a liter that would literally grind our economy to a halt. It would take food off grocery shelves. It would take parts out of factories. It would shut down the farm vehicles that bring us our food. It would be a nuclear winter if that tax increase that he has voted to legislate into place ever happens, and that's why we need a carbon tax election so that I can axe the tax.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Standard to call violence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's so rare that the Speaker's rounds get around to Green Party to put a question to Leader of the Official Opposition. So I want to have this opportunity. I want to start by saying there was nothing in his statement with which I could disagree, because it vaulted us into a frenzy of patriotism. I love this country. There's no place in the world I would rather live than being Canadian. But the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition also maybe gave us a chance to get to know him a bit better. What would he do instead? He mentioned he'd met a waitress. He's known me a long time. I was a waitress. I waitressed for more than a decade, couldn't afford to go to university, but only in Canada was it possible that for me to go to law school as a mature student. I want to ask the Honourable Member, since
Oh my God, what was that, like 40 years ago, Elizabeth?
jobs has he held in real life outside of politics that make him think he could be Prime Minister?
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'd be happy to talk about the jobs, Mr. Speaker. My first job in here was to help pass the Federal Accountability Act to crack down on the corruption that we've seen on the Liberal side. Then I helped cut the GST so that Canadians could save when they made every single consumer purchase, 7 to 6 to 5%. Then I worked with Prime Minister Harper to help balance the budget and to rebuild the military so that we would have necessary equipment to help destroy Al-Qaeda after the attacks of 9/11. Helped deliver the lowest inflation of any government in 40 years, leaving behind a balanced budget and the best balance sheet of any government in the G7. In fact, it turns out the job experience I have is best aligned with the job that I promised to do. Now let's bring it home.
Woo! Sit down, Elizabeth. Nobody even knows why you're there.
Questions and comments, questions and commentaires.
Fucking Guelph. Get out of here, Guelph.
Vito Lakes.
Thank you. Well, thank you. And of course, the words of the Leader of the Official Opposition do bring great hope to Canadians at a time when they need it most. This government had committed, this Liberal Prime Minister committed to a $40 billion, a massive $40 billion deficit as the guardrail. Now, of course, that's an irresponsible number at $40 billion, but that's what their promise was. And they smashed through it. And who are the they? It's that NDP Liberal Prime Minister and carbon tax Carney, his real economic advisor. And they tried to pin this massive failure on their finance minister. Now, she declared that she didn't have confidence in the Prime Minister and that she wouldn't support him. So my question to the Leader of the Official Opposition, and I know that he'll have some very insightful wisdom for Canadians, is what can Canadians look forward to that a common sense Conservative government would do to restore fiscal sanity and clean up this $62 billion mess that Prime Minister has created?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
$62 billion mess. That is such a tough question. I almost didn't want to stand up and answer it for a second there. But it is a big mess. It is an incredible mess that this Prime Minister will leave behind when he takes run, and I understand that might happen any minute. As carbon tax Carney is lining up, you almost wonder if carbon tax Carney planned it all this way. You know, he's the top economic advisor. He pushed all of these extra spending measures on the finance minister, and then she objected to the crazy $62 billion deficit. She's out now. The Prime Minister might soon be out. And who will walk up? Well, carbon tax Carney, taking the wheel of the bus after he helped crash it, Mr. Speaker. But he's not the only one. There's also the getaway car. Who's been driving the getaway car? The NDP. The NDP leader. Today he said that the Prime Minister should resign, and yet just days ago he voted to keep the Prime Minister exactly where he is. So it is time for the NDP leader to state clearly that he has not only lost confidence in the Prime Minister, but he is prepared to vote non-confidence or take any other legal steps necessary to express non-confidence in this Prime Minister in order to trigger a carbon tax election as soon as possible.
Resuming debate. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, the member for Vancouver Kingsway be permitted to speak a second time to this sub-amendment.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Resuming, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate.
Je devrais commencer par vous dire que je vais partager.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Joliette. Well, this is a very unusual situation. I have 10 years of experience in this House. I've never seen anything like this in Parliament. It's total chaos. Coming back to the fall economic statement, it's basically a horror story. We've been asking for an economic statement for some time. It's traditional that the government update Canadians as to its economic record. We've been talking about this since November. And they kept dithering about it. But then, finally, they made a decision. They decided to do it right before the end of the parliamentary session. And to bring the absurdity to the highest possible point, they waited until the last minute to present the fall economic statement. And yet, the craziest thing of all is that the Minister of Finance, the Deputy Prime Minister, stepped down. And she said, no, I refuse to table this. And she decided, no, I'm leaving. And she left, and I think that showed a great deal of nobility, in fact. So now, we don't even know if there's going to be an economic update. We don't have a Minister of Finance. Then we learn that there will be a new Minister of Finance. It sounds like the person in question is kind of a jack of all trades. In fact, he's kind of like a fireman. He just pops up to fix things. Wait, I'm so sorry to interrupt the member, but there are members in this House who seem to be chatting away. And yet, when their leader was speaking, none of them said anything. So I would ask them to leave and to show respect to the honourable member for La Prairie. Well, thank you. So they seem to have turned to this jack of all trades who always steps in to help them, and he will be the new Minister of Finance. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand that if you're tabling the document, which they did, then you should debate it. But no, they've decided to muzzle Parliament. They are acting like a chameleon who's on a piece of Scottish tartan, constantly changing their approach, so to speak. Well, darn, we're pretty excited about this economic update. We say to ourselves, well, it must be something remarkable. Nope. We didn't get any of the essential information. And yet the Minister of Finance stood up and put her hand on her heart in April and said there would not be a deficit above 40 billion. And I'm sure that she meant it. And yet there's been a series of disasters ever since. In October, it had reached 46.8 billion. And since then, it's just been a festival of electioneering and just baubles for Canadians. So that was a huge amount of spending. Meanwhile, this Prime Minister, who basically seems to be hyperactive when it comes to spending, that brought the deficit to 48.3 billion.
But that's not it. That's not it at all. Because there are still 3.5 months until the end of the fiscal. You'll hear more about that later from my colleague, but if you look at what's going on here and you ask yourself, what on earth is going on here? And yet, it's not actually that surprising, except for one thing. The Minister of Finance has stepped down. She's the one who was supposed to table the update. And she left. She said, oh, I'm not touching this. Because she has principle. Madam Speaker, perhaps the Prime Minister should treat her as a role model. She promised that it wouldn't go above 40 billion. But
I'm still here. I'm just listening along. I'm just mind blown right now.
because he thought that not enough was being spent.
Karina ran in, threw down the documents, and just straight up ran away. Like she wanted nothing to do with it. And it just tells you everything you need to know. Freeland didn't want anything to do with it. She literally quit her fucking job. It's just insane.
It's as if in Star Trek, Spock jumped out the window of the Enterprise because he no longer believes in Captain Kirk. It's wild, Mr. Speaker. Listen, the Deputy Prime Minister, she's the number 2 in the government. It's not just anyone, and she just left while throwing a couple punches at the Prime Minister. Well, Madam Speaker, the government was already dysfunctional. We know that everything they touched turned to mud. It's the opposite of Midas. If you want something to become dysfunctional, just give it to the Prime Minister and it will splatter everywhere. And in fact, there were 20 Liberal members who staged a mutiny this summer, then 40 Liberal members. They did calm down eventually, but then 8 ministers have said they won't run again. Only 8 that we know of course. They said, they didn't say why, of course, they all gave excuses, but they all said they wouldn't run again. But they've looked at the polls. And in fact, if they turn the paper upside down, it might look like they're first in the polls. No, they know that it's not going to work. It's apparently only the Prime Minister thinks he still has a chance, but of course he's never been great at math. Maybe that's why. Meanwhile, the Deputy Prime Minister has decided to jump ship. I feel a lot of compassion for them. I've been watching their faces during question period. It's not easy for them. And I look at the PM and I say to myself, does this dude really have the confidence of his own caucus? I think no.
The Bloc has just been taking non-stop shots today.
Loyals, I don't think he does have the confidence of his cabinet. And as for Canadians, I think we can say that they also don't trust him. Except for a couple loyalists. The Prime Minister still thinks that he's the man of the moment. For example, he went to Mar-a-Lago to see Donald Trump. He was the first head of state to visit Donald Trump. And yet, Donald Trump has been insulting him ever since and keeps calling him the governor of the 51st state. So if you want to show some international leadership, well, that's not a great example of it at all.
Governor of the 51st state? Oh boy, here we go again.
Now, if it were just him, a little bit like Eeyore in Winnie the Pooh, who is always having trouble, that would be one thing. But the problem is that he's dragging Canadians into his mess. It's not funny. In the Bloc Québécois, we keep saying, we have a responsibility here. This House has been stuck for 3 months because this government won't produce documents. And we keep saying to them, why don't you let us move forward? Well, they say, well, we don't want to give you the documents, but it's an order of the House. The government doesn't seem to care at all. They have no vision. They have no ideas. The only idea they've had is the GST break. Well, I mean, calm down. If that's the best idea you have, calm down. That's the only decision they've been able to make. And it's a decision that all economists, Quebecers, entrepreneurs, everyone thinks it's a terrible idea. They spent $1.6 billion on that. On this ridiculous GST break. I mean, I could tell you all sorts of horrible stories about this. People don't know what to do with this GST break. Look, for example, certain kinds of dolls that are not rigid are being exempted. But what do you do with a doll where the body isn't rigid and the head is? That's the kind of ridiculous story we have here. It makes no sense. These are just anecdotes, but it's wild, and it shows why people don't believe in this government. The Prime Minister doesn't seem to understand that, but we in the Bloc Québécois are speaking to our constituents. We're listening to them. And what we're hearing from them is that Quebecers want this government out. This government doesn't represent them anymore. Once upon a time, it did represent Quebecers. Yes, they elected this government, but this government is way past its due date. Way past it. And we want this Prime Minister to act like a statesman. We want him to stand up in this House, roll up his sleeves. If he's so convinced that he did the right thing, fine. Let's have an election. That's the only thing left for him to do. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will be there. We will make tracks all over Quebec. We will speak to people. We will debate Liberal candidates, and we will convince Quebecers that the only credible option to defend the interests of Quebecers in this House, the only party that will actually look into their eyes and tell them the truth without compromises, the only party that knows their values and their needs is the Bloc Québécois. And Madam Speaker, you'll see. We will return to this House after the election with a much bigger caucus.
Oh, a lot of confidence coming there from the Bloc. All right, guys. I think that is going to do it for me. I don't want to listen to Kevin. Nobody wants to listen to Kevin. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. The stream went a tad bit longer than per usual due to the craziness that is going on. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining me today. If you haven't already, hit that like button, hit that sub button, turn the notification bell on so you can get all the notifications when I go live, upload, etc. What a weird day. Freeland resigned. Trudeau hides. They didn't want to produce the deficit number at first. Absolute circus for about half an hour until Karina came in, threw down the documents, and ran away. My God, it's actually pathetic. Our government on the world stage for everybody to watch, and they're running away from each other. They're singing Christmas rhymes and carols, making fun of whatever the hell. It is just insane. Anyway, guys, that's going to do it for me. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
And I have to congratulate him. He's brave enough to still rise in this House. He often rises. So